Hello, hello, hello. What's up, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch? Everybody, we got a special night incoming. Your LinkedIn boys, Jonathan Palmar and Luke Matthews, are going to be incoming about 10 minutes. Jonathan Palmar and Luke Matthews will be incoming in about 10 minutes. Drop a comment if you're here. Let us know you're in the mix. Let me see if we got the chat feature working. So what you guys have stumbled into today is essentially a live stream marathon that Jonathan and Luke are putting on, and they're going to be hopping from stream to stream the next 24 hours. So let us know who you're here for. JP, Luke, anybody that's with us would love to know that you're actually here. We can't see unless you drop a comment. So Lee, what's up? Thank you so much for hopping in here, brother. Seeing a lot of familiar faces pop up. Thank you guys so much. We will have Luke and Jonathan incoming in so what you're seeing here is me testing my new software, figuring out what the hell we're gonna set up here. But we're gonna have fun tonight. We're gonna try and play some games, have activities. I'm sure these guys are gonna be answering all kinds of interview questions and stuff throughout, so I'm gonna try to avoid that in this stream. But regardless, very excited to have you guys here. Thank you so much. I don't really have a game plan until they hop in here. So welcome to the party. Please let's connect in the chat. I want to keep these things rolling throughout the next 24 hours. So keep jumping from stream to stream, please. Melody, welcome. Jesse Matthews, I see you in here, brother. You guys are lighting this place up. Thank you so much. Chad Phillips, good to see you in here as well, man. Lee, yeah, so the Stormtrooper is reserved for the end of the night. If we hit some engagement goals and get this room popping, there's some Stormtrooper dances or some Stormtrooper shuffling in the mix for you guys if you do hang out. We got to hit some big engagement goals for that to happen, though. Let me know how the user experience is going on your end. Testing lots of new things on this end, so please let me know how it's going on your guys' end. I want to keep this interactive and leveling up throughout the night, so appreciate your support and feedback as we all learn and discover these live stream adventures. So thanks for joining us tonight. Unofficially sponsored by Red Bull. If you'd like to officially sponsor these streams, please send me a DM. We have one opportunity available. Gabriel, what is good? Nice to see you, man. So it looks like you guys are, yeah, just a tiny bit behind me on the chat, but thank you all for hopping in here. Please drop a comment, even if you're just lingering or viewing, just drop a comment so that your network or some other people can hop in here. Jonathan and Luke do have some meaningful stuff that they want to share with you guys today. I think there's going to be a lot of impactful stories and also a lot of shenanigans. So thank y'all for joining. Don't really have an official game plan. Could be a mess, could be amazing. We'll see how it goes. The stars are 5 minutes away. Should be about 5 minutes away from our boys in the building. Cool. Lee, thank you so much. Kenyal, thank you so much. Melody, happy to hear a fellow Red Bull addict is in the mix. Is the stream stuttering out on your guys' end, or is it looking good? All right, 5 minutes till our boys are incoming. Thank you guys for hanging out. Appreciate you coming in. Jennifer, nice to see you. Welcome to the party. Damn. Yeah, Gabriel, I've been working on the stream delay over and over. This is a continuous concern we're trying to iron out. It seems to be, yeah, it used to be a couple minutes, but we got it down to under a minute recently, thankfully. But we will be living a tiny bit in the future from y'all, just a little bit, but shouldn't be any problem, especially once the guys hop in here. Looks like we've got another 5 minutes or so till they'll be jumping in. Yeah, LinkedIn is definitely a little late to the streaming game. Gabriel, I see your comment referencing YouTube is for sure the fastest. Twitch is getting ridiculously fast too with no latency. So we'll be optimizing that. Would love to get the Twitch interface or platform, like that type of stuff on LinkedIn, but can't complain. Yo, Kelsey, good to see you in the mix. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's gonna be a good night. Appreciate y'all hopping in. Oh, look who it is, Mr. Lukey, about to jump in here. We do have our stars approaching backstage soon. Awesome. Please do drop a comment to any of the lingerers. I see we do got a decent amount of viewers in here. Please do drop a comment and let us know that you're here. We'll deeply appreciate it. Oh, we are approaching a few minutes until our boys are jumping in backstage. We'll have a quick little 1 minute intro for them. Soon. We are almost reached midnight Eastern, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a long day for these guys. I was already dreading the maxing out this stream, seeing what hour 4 was going to look like. So these guys on hour 24 is going to be insane, but appreciate everybody that's in here. Thank you so much. I see a ton of people hopping in here, so many familiar faces. Thank you all so much. Kenya, pretty much, I guess, kind of treating this place like Twitch right now. So unofficially, yeah, I guess this is Twitch tonight. Gabriel, this mic that I've got here is actually an old mic I bought in high school for like producing music in my bedroom with like summer job money. So it was an investment a long time ago that's been paying high ROI this year. All right. Hopefully our gentlemen are hopping backstage. I do have their intro track loaded up for them. Thank you guys so much for hopping in here. Have no idea how this is going to go. I'm super excited, but if you stick around and engage, we do have some achievements for y'all to unlock and activities and some fun things, one of which is the Stormtrooper Shuffle. So stick around throughout the night and see what we can unlock if we can get this room bumping. All right, hopefully our stars should be approaching backstage. We will see. It is about that time. Enrique, welcome to the party, brother. Glad to see you back in the mix. We should have another good night. Ryan, the beast from up north, coming in hot from Alaska. This is awesome. We're hitting all the time zones. Let me know what area you're coming in from. All right, let's see where our boys are. Come on. Of course, it's JP and Luke. What do I expect? All right. Let's drop their intro track, because these guys should be backstage.
Looks like I missed something.
Yo.
Yeah, you did. We're all officially kicked out of school.
They kicked us out of school? That makes sense.
Hey! What's this lying around shit? Nothing is over until we decide it is. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Hell no! And it ain't over now. Because when the going gets tough, the toughs get going. Who's with me?
Ludo's right. Psychotic, but absolutely right. I think this situation absolutely requires a really futile and stupid gesture be done on somebody's part.
We're just the guys to do it. Let's go!
These are the guys to do it. A 24-hour marathon. Jonathan Palmar and Luke Matthews. Welcome to the party, boys. Please turn on your video. The world would love to see your pretty faces.
Aha!
Hey!
We've done it.
Welcome to the party, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I could get this out of the way here, but that's all right. The men of the hour are here, Jonathan Palmar and Luke Matthews. How are you guys doing? Welcome to your 24-hour stream.
This is real.
It's really happening.
Oh man, did you get a nap at all, buddy?
No, not at all. How about you?
I slept for an hour.
Okay. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit of energy, so we'll see.
What about you, Travis? You feeling rested?
Bro, I'm pumped. I'm ready. I got the Red Bull sponsorship. Got a fresh shower, quick little nap. I'm all good, man. Ready to go.
Good.
But I got 4 hours, not 24.
I mean, 4 hours is still pretty long.
It is, yeah.
Oh boy, I
So
can't believe we're doing 4 hours.
Yeah, let's start. Obviously, people are wondering, what the hell are you guys thinking? So we'll start there. There's plenty of shenanigans and activities we can unlock. We'll get to that there, depending on your guys' consent levels throughout the evening. But the goal is to keep these guys in the room as long as possible. And we'd love to have, if you are in the chat, please invite other people to the room. Comment as much as you can. Share if you want. But if we hit certain engagement goals or viewer goals, we'll slowly activate and unlock stuff throughout the evening. So please do share throughout the evening. But these guys will be having plenty of interviews and fun stuff like that. So we'll try and mix it up as much as we can here. But to give everybody context, let's start with what the hell you guys were thinking doing this 24-hour thing. Let's set the context.
I remember seeing Luke do a post. It must have been like a month and a half ago, possibly sooner. I don't even know. And he said, did you say it, Luke? You were like, what if I just stayed on LinkedIn for 24 hours? And then, of course, like just like a stupid little monkey, I follow right behind you. And I'm like, yeah, we should do that. It's just like, it's like Dumb and Dumber. Like, it's like one is so easily manipulated like by the other one. And then we just, I guess, like talked it over and set it up. So here we are.
It literally, that was the depth of thought to this. I put it in a post, but hey, what if I was live on LinkedIn 24 hours in a row? I wonder if anyone's done that. And then you jumped in with, oh, hey, I'd love to tag along for this. And then we set it up. That's the depth of thought. There's no meaning as of yet.
Would you have actually done it on your own, like regardless, or did you feel like you needed somebody to kind of like step up and say like, all right, like if somebody else does it, I'll do it? Or would you have done it regardless?
You know what?
I think
I would have done it regardless. I would have done it. And you know what? Probably with less success than if you joined. Because I did first LinkedIn Live with Travis a couple days ago. It was pretty fun.
Burst his cherry the other day. He did good.
Yeah.
He did good. He was good for his first time.
Really?
Yeah, I thought so. But everyone thinks so in their first time.
Your first LinkedIn, man.
I mean,
cool
he did have me right there with him. I was rocking and rolling, throwing that softballs.
I didn't have to carry the team, so.
You know what? But like, kind of selfishly, I wish you would have popped your LinkedIn Live cherry here, because then it's like going from like virginity to like the hottest supermodel imaginable. You know what I mean? And it's just like, no matter what you experience after this, it's going to be a complete disappointment. So like, there's a part of me that's a little disappointed that like, that's not.
I accept that disappointment. Now that you've put it that way, I am a little disappointed.
Oh my god.
Oh, that would have been epic. But yeah, honestly, Travis, that was how quickly we came up with it. And then this week, we've both been super busy. Like I think I put in a little bit more effort than John. I'm just gonna come out with it right now. But he's a busy guy. He's got a lot on his plate.
Like 95% of this was all Luke, but I have a couple of special guests that hopefully can compensate for it.
I think it will. And you know what?
Special guest.
This guy is so
special
amazing on camera that you're gonna carry it for a while. So I think we'll get to that 50-50, buddy.
All right, we found our first goal. I'm gonna set it for 30 viewers to activate our special guest.
Ooh, we have a special guest. My goodness.
Luke, are you in the same conversation we just are having with John?
No.
He doesn't know these things. We have to
my
keep
brain
secrets.
is already left.
Oh man, so I'm just activating and updating this text live, so it probably looks awful on the stream end. Sorry guys, I'm learning.
Hey, this is all good, man. This
Right.
whole
So because it's on Zoom, we can't see the comments, right?
Oh, I thought you guys were gonna be in the LinkedIn or look in the LinkedIn. That's what you.
I have the
normally do.
LinkedIn open too.
Okay, yeah, that's what I do.
I'm the only idiot. I got nothing open.
Oh
so,
no, I
yeah.
use the LinkedIn comments.
Nobody gave the memo. So I think it's important. Like we should probably review like ground rules, and then like Travis
true.
can be like the officiator.
Okay, I'm
like-
going to sleep. I mean, I'll officiate this stream.
No, officiate saying like, okay, these are fair ground rules.
Oh, I see. Kind of like
You
a
know,
ref-
like
Okay, yeah.
yeah. We don't expect you to like enforce them, Travis. I hope you do sleep tonight, but at least like say, okay, you know what? Yeah, you guys are allowed to do this, this, and that. But you know, because if it's just me and Luke, we may take some liberties, right? So Travis,
we will
because you're
take liberties.
like an outsider, yeah. Since you're kind of like outside of this 24-hour bubble, you can be the one, and the audience can decide what's fair, what's not.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine with me. The only thing I knew was one of you guys had to be on camera at all times.
That I
Or
agree
tried
with.
at
I
most
think
times.
that's fair.
I
right.
have-
No, all.
I have one
One
activity
person
that
always
can.
has to be on
I have one activity that can. We can double dip if you need like a bathroom break. But at the end of the night, the last like half an hour, last 20 minutes before we send you into Ravi's room, would love to offer that challenge if you want. No worries if not. But to everybody here, to set the context, please do hang out. These guys will be stream hopping. The stream limit is 4 hours, so won't be able to do the whole 24-hour stream here. But these guys will be hopping from room to room, and we'll go ahead and transition you towards the end there. But thank you guys so much for hanging out, and yeah, we'll crack open some funner things throughout the night, but would love to let these guys kind of take the table and set what they'd like to.
Before I do that, my brother joined the chat.
Yes.
I didn't even tell him about this, and he found it. Hey, Jesse.
What
You didn't tell him about it? That's so
No.
cool. I mean,
Yeah,
how
I
has he
didn't-
not heard about it? Like my feed. All right, so like every Thursday, I post a video. I haven't posted shit since Monday, but like my profile views are up like 40-something%.
Really?
Like, yeah, I don't even know how it's possible. Like, I don't know if it's like we're getting tagged in all this shit and like, you know, some leftovers from the Shay thing from Wednesday. But it's like my profile views have never been higher. And I know it's not all Shay, it's mostly Shay, but you know, it's like there's a lot of activity. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if your brother saw it because it's like all over the news feed, like all day today.
Yeah. We have like.
I mean,
12
I'm gonna take
co-hosts.
some of that credit.
You have to take it.
Oh man, no, but seriously, we have so many awesome hosts lined up, and I woke up to a bunch of notifications as well, and I mean I saw Travis post, and I think Dr. Brian posted, Jason Vanna, who we're gonna hop on with, posted, so it was awesome to wake up to see that.
Which is really cool because like half these people, I don't even know who they are. Like I've never interacted with Jason Vanna. I've
Really?
obviously never interacted with Jonah Eid. I've never exchanged a word. So it's just like, yeah, this is gonna be fun meeting all these new people. So Luke, you're familiar with everybody. Like you've already met Ravi.
Yes,
Like you're familiar with everybody.
I think so. I'll have to review the list again, but the last time I checked, I was aware everyone on the list.
I think it's cool. I think it's cool that like it's the first time that like we get to talk to these people. So especially because you do so many text posts, like you don't really,
Yeah.
you've done video, but you haven't done a ton of it, right? So like, yeah, like is it going to be the first time you actually like talk to some of these folks?
Well, the thing is, I've been doing a lot of quick 15-minute video calls offline, I started a
Oh.
couple months ago. Kind of like what you said, I realized all I really do on LinkedIn is text, right? And I don't really DM either. I try to, but I'm honestly terrible at keeping up with them. So most of my interactions have just been in the comments, which also, it's amazing. Obviously, I have great conversations in the comments. But in September, I realized, yeah, I want to start taking conversations offline. So quite a few of even the folks in the room right now, like I've actually talked to on quick little 15-minute calls. So nothing too extensive, but I think that's helped me a bit. So at least I have a feel for who people are, and you know.
It's so interesting because like I feel like I'm kind of the opposite. Like I'll interact with a lot of people in the comment section, but like you have to have like a literal gun to my head for me to turn on my camera. Travis, what happened this morning? Like we talked like around 1 PM and I was like, Travis, I look hideous today. And you were like, John, I just need to see your face for a second. I'm like, Travis, I look hideous today.
Okay.
And it's like, go ahead. Explain.
I needed him to activate the camera
No,
on his end. I didn't need to see his face.
you wanted to see
literally.
my face.
But that was a bonus of it. I needed to test this this Zoom situation, but it clearly worked out. This is pretty awesome. I don't know how to move. Oh, yes, I do. There we go. Just figured.
You know what's
out how to
weird?
do it.
As all we see is your beautiful bald head here. So I'm trying to talk to you, but it's
Oh yeah, 'cause
talking
these
to a
guys,
fixed
yeah.
image,
So you're in,
which
this
is fine.
Yeah, we'll
It is
figure out a
fine.
better Zoom setup, or
Yeah.
Skype is technically better for these, but no worries. People don't care
Oh, that's
about
okay.
tech setups.
I do want to say, Travis, you have like the most perfect head to rock like that. You know, like Stone
I
Cold.
was just gonna say that too.
No, you really do. You really do. You got like a nice jaw structure. You don't like have to hide behind
Yeah.
a grizzly beard like I do. Because like I'm not saying that I have no chin, but
Me
it's like
too.
a weak chin, right? And it's like you see how like I got like the beard. There's like it kind of like it contours the face a little bit. So
Ah, yeah. I do the same thing. I've always got a beard. There's a reason for it, right? It's
gotta
the
love
makeup
it.
for men, isn't it?
it really is the makeup for men. Absolutely. Like even the eyebrows. Like if you get like a nice arch going, you know, like really, yeah. It's all intentional, guys. It's all intentional.
Well,
I
there it
can't
is.
speak for eyebrows, but I can speak for the beard.
There we go. We're
I
good.
lost
20,
you there.
23 more hours of compliments, and we'll have filled the room by then. But to the
No,
people
you know, like this will be great for the highlight reel because I'm sure we'll hate each other by the time this is done. So
You would
just remember when the conversation was positive.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh man, Gabriel, I see you asked who are the people hosting the other streams. Luke just dropped an event link in the chat. He can drop that in there again.
I'll
and
drop it again, yeah.
It'll that'll have a good setup for everything. But for the next one after this is Ravi Rajani. So that's who we'll be handing off to at the end of this session in a few hours. We're 15 minutes
Man,
in
we're gonna-
here. Not
We're gonna
bad.
lose so many people. We're gonna lose
Um,
so many people when we go over to Ravi's channel. I'm kind of worried
Yeah.
about it.
We'll
Like,
we'll
yeah.
we'll bring the party over there. We'll do a transition version because I want to max out the complete 4 hours. And I know it was short a little bit. So what we do
Actually, I
need-
think you only had correction. I think I gave you 3.5 hours, Travis.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is I'll transition over for extra time to kind of funnel people over there and do the double stream. But what we'll want to set up for that, I guess, yeah, is pretty much we'll just drop whatever the next link is throughout the marathon. So kind of baton style. We'll keep handing off whoever's in the stream to the next people, and
Good
there'll be a
idea.
list of everything. But it's loaded, lots of cool co-hosts, and they'll all be exploring different conversations of whatever the hell these guys are doing today. So that would be, yeah.
That's my only concern. It's like, I wonder if all of these hosts know that they have to come up with stuff for us to talk about because we're gonna be tired. So, like, I don't know, especially like for the ones like Travis. I know you got this unlocked, but for some of the people that have like some of these longer, ones, and I don't know them, I'm kind of wondering. It's like, man, do they all? I really hope they all have a plan.
I know. I did warn most of them. So I think they will have a bit of a plan, but we'll figure it out, man.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We're experts.
We got it.
We
Yeah,
got
I mean,
this.
I've been
So
doing
what are-
this for 2 days. I'm good.
You're right. Yeah, come on. So what are the ground rules? I believe, like we were saying, I think like it's got to be kind of like monkey branching, right? Like one person needs to be live at all times. So like for example,
Yeah.
like when we finish this one, Luke, let's say that you jump to Ravi's, I'm still on Travis's, and once you're like you've made the connection on Ravi's, and they see your face over there, then like I jump over there. But that way, like literally on LinkedIn for 24 hours straight, one of our faces is on LinkedIn at all times.
I think that's a key point you just made. That's proof, right? Then we have proof. One of us has been on live for full 24 hours. There's no room
Right.
for I think that's a good rule.
All right, fair enough. The rules have been set, ladies and gentlemen, for the next.
Well, that was just the first rule.
24
Is
hours.
that it?
Oh well, I mean that's pretty simple.
That's rule number 1.
Yeah.
right.
What else? Let's see. I guess you guys would be the ones to abuse the rules.
20
so-
minutes. 20 minutes like break. Like 20-minute break periodically, right? Like to do whatever you need to do, like if you got to cook or like go to the bathroom, whatever, shower.
Shower.
Like what? Like 20 minutes, like not every hour, 20 minutes every 2 hours, like 10 minutes an hour of kind of like
I don't know.
a non-camera break time, but one person has to stay. So like if you take your 20 minutes, I got to stick around. Right.
I think it should be longer than 2 hours. I think that's a little too easy. I think we should
Oh,
extend
Jesus,
it.
you guys
So
are brutal. You're just
20
trying to
minutes
kill
every 4 hours then.
Yes. I think that seems right.
Because like understand this, Luke, like
guys
once
are
we make the
psycho.
ground rules, we can't go back. Like that's
You're
it.
right. You're right. And I'll be drinking a lot of coffee. How about 3 hours? Let's bring it down a little bit. What do you
I
think?
just like even numbers. It's only because those even numbers. So like I think
Hey,
I
why
think
don't we
it's
ask
the audience? This isn't going to end well for
They're
us.
they're already establishing rules. If you haven't seen the chat, they're
I haven't been looking.
They're Fight Club rules.
There is no fight club.
And
What-
Chris,
what are they
Chris
saying?
Thomas. Let's see. Yeah, we did just
5
get another
hours,
host.
Joseph.
Oh wow. So yeah, what were you guys wanting to ask the audience for the breaks? 20 minutes.
Okay.
So
We're
20
stuck
minutes,
between
10
2
minutes an
hours.
hour. Yeah. 10 minutes per hour break. So one of us
Oh.
can leave for up to 10 minutes every hour
No.
or 20 minutes every 3 hours.
Okay, wasn't it just 4?
Or 4.
Oh, that's
Or
alright.
4.
Two-
So then it's
yeah,
5 minutes per hour that we can take a break.
Psychos. Yeah, the 4. Looks like Jerry went where 4.
Oh boy.
See, like you put it in the hands of the audience.
Your
They're gonna.
pants is cool. Consider me Miles Davis. Love it, Chris. Gotta love it, Chris. Oh man.
Well, it's got to be a little bit hard, John.
I know. No.
yeah,
that's-
easy on that Red Bull.
Staying awake for 24
No,
hours
Chris.
is. Yeah.
Not
No,
hard
this is
enough.
an easy game, right? So what did they decide? Are they-
So I see 3 or 4 for the 20 minutes every 4 hours.
Ooh.
And Joseph is the only one. Oh wait, Joseph went no breaks.
No breaks.
Jacob gave you a little slack. He's voting for the 5 minutes an hour.
All right, Jacob. What a guy.
He's giving us 5 minutes an hour. Okay, so that's the same as 20 minutes every
Joseph
4 hours.
Joseph switched to the 4. So it looks like if you did go community, they went with the 4 per. What was it? 20 minutes per.
20 minutes
20
every 4
minutes.
hours.
Let's
Okay.
just do that, man.
Yeah.
Let's do.
How about this? How about this? First 4 hours, 20 minutes, 20
Okay.
minutes total, and then we'll reevaluate in 4 hours from now.
We'll re-poll whoever's still there then. None of these people are going to be here.
No.
It's going to be a new audience.
We're holding 20
5
plus.
minutes, 5 hours.
Yeah, so far.
Okay, that's the decision. Are we
Boom.
good on that?
All right, there it is.
Wait, what do you mean 20 plus? There's 20 people in the room right now watching this?
Yeah, we were at 25 earlier.
What? People are watching.
That was just LinkedIn. There's people on Twitch now and YouTube. I see on the multi.
Get out of here. So okay, now that this is happening, let's guesstimate. What is midnight tomorrow going to look like?
Oh.
Is it going to be like audience, or are we going to be hanging out solo?
The beauty of this.
By then.
No, but we're talking audience here. Is it going to be 0 people?
Right.
You know?
Or is it going to be like the biggest thing?
We don't know. I'm a pessimist, so I think there'll be like 2 people.
Right.
Pessimist,
well,
really.
You do have how do you pronounce his name? Junaid. He's got a 6
Junaid.
He's got a 6 setup to close out the marathon.
He might carry us.
So
he might carry
a nice one.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But
we'll see. There's no way.
This thing's popping, man.
Yeah, so in the comments section, if you guys can tell us, do you think that this will create some serious noise on LinkedIn those first 4 hours, or is it going to be just like a complete failure?
Bro,
Yeah.
we already answered
we're
that
fine
question. This is the most people.
We're fine with both, aren't we?
Wait, so what question did we answer, Travis?
That you've clearly made some waves, because this has been like on everybody's feed everywhere with 20 co-hosts everywhere. So regardless of people actually participating in the stream, they're aware of you psychos doing this. So
beautiful.
There's probably not a direct balance between viewership and awareness, but a lot of people are aware of how crazy you guys are.
So Luke, how do you feel about this? If we survive it for 1 week, do we put in our LinkedIn headlines? So instead of having like social media wizard, we both change it to like 24-hour LinkedIn survivors.
I think
like
should.
LinkedIn live survivors. Like that is going to look like for Shay, like when she's marketing like the boot camp, like she can legit say like, dude, like my employee was like literally on LinkedIn for 24 hours. He is an expert. Like, so
yeah, that's true.
I feel like that's going to be like a good selling point for us, you know?
I think so too. I mean, you'll be the world record holder. So.
Oh, that sucks.
Hey,
like
find a way to cut my feed some halfway through this event. I mean, my internet.
But like, we're gonna do that, aren't we? Like, we're gonna reach the 24-hour mark, and then it's like, like this feels good, but
yeah,
I don't want like.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, like first place, like we're like it's a little asterisk, right? It's like we're both first place.
It's kind of
like that's not my
trophy,
style,
isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
You guys can stand on the podium together.
I did not consider this.
Dude, it's like 2 guys pissing in the same urinal. It doesn't work.
Or beside each other.
So each other, yeah.
This is what happens when you put 2 competitive psychopaths in a room together and they realize that one of them can't win. Let's see how this
awesome
works
is it
out.
that we figured it out within the first half hour? Like this is a conversation people typically have towards the end. They're like, wait a second. And it's like, dude, first 30 minutes already got out of the way. You know, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Started our dominance. No, honestly, honestly, I do not care. Like I'm fine tapping out. If Luke wants to take, the award as like longest technically, I'm down with that. That's all right.
No, I think we should share it. And the thing is, I'll probably attempt this again just to beat our records.
That's hilarious. Like, where do we go from here? 48 hours? No, you know what? What
That's
is
true.
the world? Like, I think Lee said it in the comments, right? I just happened to see it. Like, what is the actual world record?
I know the Twitch record. It's 161 hours.
161. Like, how many days is that?
So
Okay,
did they die at the end?
That's
Or-
unhealthy.
9 days.
That's not cool.
But I didn't read the article, of course. I just read the headline, so I don't know. How could you stay awake that long? Like I don't know about you, but like I've stayed awake for like 6 days.
No sleep.
Really bad. Yeah, no sleep.
Wow.
When I used to really battle from insomnia, so 5 or 6 days sometimes, and no sleep. Just kind of when you go to bed, you lie there. You don't. You kind of rest a little bit. So there was.
Right.
So it wasn't like I was just doing stuff all day, but
it's not like that good REM sleep.
No, and I mean by that point I was hallucinating. So man,
You can't
106
sleep. There's Twitch streamers that sleep with the camera on.
Oh, that's
they
what he
literally
did.
they literally it's insane that we've reached this point in society. But they literally earn like donations and tips and viewers and like subscribers while they're sleeping. It's insane.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, like that seems like our kind of sport. That sounds like yeah. Why am I intrigued by it?
That's
yeah.
my
hang out
lane.
over on Twitch.
I'm gonna abandon LinkedIn after this for Twitch, guys.
Yeah, for real. So we don't have this. We don't have this streaming. You said we have it streaming on YouTube and Twitch, right?
And and LinkedIn, obviously.
So what I want to see is like if your subscriber count like goes up on any of these to see if like this is like despite the fact that it's a horrible idea for your health, like if like in terms of success, other places, it's actually a good thing.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
Is no promotion on the other platforms, but there are a few people that just browse because there is such a large like discovery network of people just browsing live channels. They'll stumble in, but it's pretty rare. You'd have to sort of grind for a while and do the same thing on LinkedIn, like where you have to go hop in other people's streams, start following them, comment, chat, then they start coming to yours.
Yeah, well.
But I'll report. I'll report the multi-platform metrics, but I know we do. I see on the multi-chat we've had people from all 3 platforms so far, at least commenting a couple times.
That's fun.
Cool.
I just saw Gabriel starting a 25-hour marathon, so he's gonna beat us already.
The challenge is going to be like, can Gabriel get the same guests that we got? To have like that security blanket to know you're going to have places to bounce for 24 hours. I felt like that was a huge task. Thanks, Luke. Thanks for taking care of that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Like to find all the people like so willing to facilitate us for such a long time. Like that really speaks to, your abilities and your brand, because like, geez, like I think sometimes like we can take like, especially myself, because I didn't do a lot, like we could take that for granted, and like the fact that people could be so kind, and be a part of this.
I agree. I was surprised. I thought I would get, because I did a video post yesterday, and like 5,000 people saw it or something like that. Anyway, and I didn't get a single negative DM. I thought I would. So. One like, hey, you're unhealthy, or what's wrong with you? This isn't Facebook. But I didn't get a single one of them. I was surprised.
I do feel like I've noticed lately there is no negative comments. I don't know what's going on.
You noticed that too?
Yeah. Like I don't see negative comments.
Like months ago, every time I posted, I would get 2 to 3 upset people in the DMs. And I mean rightfully so, but now I think you have to try pretty hard. At least for me, I don't know if they've kind of all unfollowed me and blocked me by now. Having spent so much time on the platform and kind of establishing that I'm a bit of an idiot, maybe that pushes people away. But yeah, I haven't
probably gravitated the right kind of people that are going to subscribe to whatever you say. And like, yeah, the ones that didn't like it from the beginning, you scared them off.
Yeah, I think so. Either that or they lost the This Isn't Facebook battle and they just quit. One of the two.
Just gave up. Right. Now, like, what do you do when you know that somebody blocked you because they've been tagged in a post and you see like the deep black text, which tells you such and such blocked me? Like, there is a part of my, like, I don't know if it's ego, but there is a part of me that's like, why? Like, what did I do? Do you not like all my pods? Me? Right. Not just unfollow me, but block me. That's so. That's like so. That's like aggressive. What did I do?
You know what?
What do you do about it?
I feel proud, so I don't know if I'm the best to help you with that.
I feel like, proud about it. Like screw them.
No, not even that.
I feel proud.
It's not like screw you. How dare you unfollow me? And I'm upset about it. It's more, I caused a reaction so strong that they had to block me and unfollow me as opposed to engage in a conversation, because I really don't mind trolls or haters. I kind of enjoy them. So I would rather someone hop in the comments and start like going for it and letting me have it, because I will engage. And you know, when they do it in the DMs, I don't engage as much. I'll usually send either an Obama or a Trump gift, depending on what political
Which will
party gets.
piss him off more.
But I don't mind them. And so that's why I think when someone blocks me, go, well, you know, I'm just being me, and I'm speaking, you know, my truth, and I'm willing to talk about it. And this person kind of read something that I put out, and it made them feel something so strongly they had to block me. For me, I kind of go, job well done. And it doesn't bother me, because it means that I'm making someone feel or think. And for me, that's kind of what I hope when I post is, hey, I just hope that, you know, this makes someone think in some way or make them laugh in some way. And if I do that, I feel good. So, long
For
answer.
me, it's like Travis, can you quote me? How does it go in the video that you created for me? The one where it's like, what do they call me? I can't remember it. It's like tip of my tongue.
My baby bitch. Baby bitch.
Baby
Baby bitch.
Baby bitch.
Baby bitch. Baby bitch. Baby bitch.
That's funny.
Oh, we
I
hit the
don't-
20 viewers goal. So I just switched the 20 viewers goal to activate music. I'm going to throw on some backing tracks
Oh,
for our boys. In the
What?
audience.
that's
Let's see.
fun.
I don't think you guys can hear it in Zoom, though.
Oh,
Oh,
man. Well, it's a good
seriously?
thing I have my background music on.
Are you
You
kidding
have background
me, Luke?
music?
Disrespect. He does this for everything. He does it for Zoom meetings. Like,
I do.
You have
Every-
background music.
Everyone that's talked to me, I've been listening to Chill Out Lounge on YouTube in the background while I talk to you. But on
Really?
very low volume, yeah, it just helps me kind of relax more. Like, honestly, for me, one-on-one video calls, I kind of get nervous. Like, whenever I'm doing a consultation or talking to someone, the music helps me relax and listen to someone better. But it's on very low, so you can just barely hear it. But I found it helps me concentrate, helps me, you know, communicate a little bit more clearly. And
I
then
feel
also,
like our-
you know, if someone's boring, I can just kind of lean back and enjoy the music.
That's so interesting that you say that, because like you want like the chill music, and you're just like yeah, like it helps you kind of like relax. And it's like I feel like polar opposite. Like I need to be wired. Like I need to be like on edge a little bit. And it's like I can even see it, like, you know, I don't know like how much you guys are into like, you know, colors and stuff, but it's like if you look at your background, it's like cooling. It's like blue, cool, you know, and mine is like red. It's like you know, like it's like
Yeah.
aggressive.
In
And
your
it's like,
face.
yeah, and it's like, yeah, like it's like very like expressive of like the personality different. It's really interesting. Yeah.
That's a good point. I didn't consider that. Which is funny though,
Yeah.
because I think if you, like, when I watch your videos, like you have a lot of emotion and you communicate a message, but I also think you do have a bit of a chill vibe, and like you're so smooth with how you create and you do stuff. And I feel like my tech stuff is more like random and off the wall and
Yeah.
orange. But who I am actually is very chill and very laid back, and I'm
That's
not
such a great
special.
point.
and I don't get offended easily. But it's interesting. I think content is kind of different than like my vibe.
So I want to ask this, and to Travis as well. Luke especially, you have a certain sense of humor, and like I feel like you're very ingrained in like meme culture and stuff like that. That doesn't come from like normal places. Like, where did you get your start on like social media or like memes? You know, was it like a Reddit or a 4chan? Like, it had to be one of those weird ass places, because your like sense of humor is not normal. Neither is yours, Travis. I feel like you came from one of them weird ass places too.
You
I'm gonna
want
let
to go,
Travis-
Luke? Okay.
No, you go ahead.
Well,
Unless you don't have an answer, and then I'll go.
Yeah, no, my weirdness started real early. Real early, man. Back in the middle school days. Many other people
Wow.
here might know them as the MySpace days.
Oh, my God.
I was the
Yeah.
guy wearing, just in such a deep, like, counterculture of, at the time it was emo or scene. with crazy jet black hair, guy liner, all of the girls' skinny jeans, like all that. And it was just, a whole new world that really desensitized me to a lot of, really just, putting your voice out there and understanding, like, there's always going to be people that are going to be rattled somehow, somewhere. And throughout there, I transferred into the world of Tumblr, which is just as weird. Lots of super crazy weird
I've never been there.
niches in there.
Never been on Tumblr.
It used to be, it was kind of a had like a Goldilocks era, but then it got bought by Yahoo, went like mainstream, and then they kind of ran it to the
lost
ground.
its edge.
So,
Yeah, it's like it's the Hot Topic bands that go. It's like My Chemical Romance. Like,
Yep. And then Reddit. Reddit was the next adventure, that I just spend. It's like toxically hilarious. So if you don't get involved in the actual like trolling, there's a way to enjoy the hell out of it for sure. But that's where I
don't care what anybody
tells
me. I don't care what anybody says. The best content ideas come from Reddit. Like, that is where everything starts. Like, I feel like all the memes, like all the best memes, everything that like ends up getting polluted on Instagram and Facebook and everywhere else, they started on Reddit. And then it's like people like just scour them, strip them of everything, and then it moves like to other places. But Luke, I want to hear it.
You know what? I like Travis's answer. That's a lot of variety, a lot of depth. I can't really blame a platform or Reddit or anything. I'm just naturally very strange, and it actually for me with my cousins, like my cousins, who actually are much more social media famous than I am. My two cousins have like 3 and 5 million followers on Instagram.
Oh,
and
damn.
They've had a reality TV show about their family.
Wow.
So they're pretty funny, but all of us hanging out as kids, we were just very sarcastic in like an extremely unhealthy way, where we just learned to laugh at things that weren't really that funny. And I think for me, I kind of carried that, where like I had a lot of hard, like everyone has hard stuff in their life, and I just learned real young that the easiest way for me to deal with it was to laugh at it. And I think my sense of humor comes from kind of that that dark humor, right, where you learn when you encounter these kind of tough situations. Everyone responds differently. For me, I end up laughing at it, and so I think that's where it kind of began for me. And of course, like I've been on Reddit too, and like you're saying, Reddit has so many good ideas for content and memes and GIFs, but honestly, most of it for me just comes out of my brain, and I don't really have other than I'm just strange, and that's how I do my content too. I'm usually sitting here working away, and I go, oh, what about this thought? And then I just go type it out and press send. And that's the depth of how I post, unlike your content.
No,
I'm
that's
just
a
all
huge piece.
On the fly. So long answer, but I'm just weird, basically.
Well, no, that's honestly more important now that I was like kind of thinking after what I said. It's less about sourcing and inspiration and more about a mentality or kind of setting up like the lenses for it. I know that was a huge thing for me in improv comedy. That's like, huge, was a push into the pool to just make you see the world in like a whole new way. You're pushed in this weird creative zone that nothing is off limits. Like that's the agreed upon rules, like within your group and within your team, like regardless of how weird of whatever the hell comes out of somebody's mouth or noise or character, like you just have to roll with it. And having that freedom, that mental freedom, just pushes you into places creatively that I don't think you'd be able to otherwise, where I think so many people just have this direct mentality of, is this funny, is this acceptable, like it's a formula or something.
That's really well
like,
put,
Travis. Yeah, it is. And it's like I'm almost jealous because like I wish I could do more of the stuff that Luke does, but it's almost like I would have to create a separate LinkedIn account. That's like why I was thinking about doing like Juke Meme-Use, where we kind of like combine our thoughts, because it's like I want to be able to express myself without the concern of like like having to be intentional and
I know what
having
you
to
mean.
sell like the programs or the product or whatever, you know, because like it's literally my job, right? And it's like, yeah, there is a part of it like where I
Yeah.
wish I could just do what you do, and it's like just I have a thought, I want to express it, because that's how we all start, right? We don't start being like incredibly, you know, intentional or feeling like, you know, we're doing something for a ton of engagement because we don't have it at the time. It's something that gets built up over time. But I feel like so many, you know, creators, more YouTube than like LinkedIn, let's say, but so many creators fall into this like bubble where they feel like they have a little bit of a following now, and now they have to like live up to expectations, which kind of like, you know,
Right.
it really compromises their artistic view on things, which that's kind of what inspired them to get started in the first place. So yeah,
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a
But
struggle.
you gotta. So this is something I know you personally, obviously, struggle with the end results of your content, JP. But what I've discovered, because I've had the exact same concerns you did, I was genuinely like jealous of Joel and Luke and these other guys just like shooting the shit out here and getting like
Right.
really engaging conversations, like all this stuff that felt off brand for me. And since I got pushed into the pool the other day with one of these authentic live streams, a guy on here, Jamal, has been super supportive. He just said, bro, you need to do just like an authentic, like no scripted solo session, like stream
Jamal.
of some sort. And I did it that night, and guess what it was? That first session that I restreamed the John and Joel fight, and it was the most engaging, brilliant thing. Even
was
though it felt
awesome.
absolutely off-brand, and since then I've been rolling with it. Every single night I did a midnight stream that was so off-brand. Linked Insomniac session, like started it at midnight, playing like EDM music. I was like, oh my god, this is so unprofessional. And it was one of the best streams. I met Enrique and so many other like brilliant people. My DMs were overloaded. So I know you're super concerned about it, but I know the moment people see now that you've built this freaking whatever Messiah complex in everybody's head, as soon as they're like,
Messiah
holy
complex.
shit, he's a human. He's actually a human under
Right.
there. You'll see it resonate pretty well. So I hope that doesn't hold you back for a long time, because I think you would thrive in that organic environment for sure.
To
Well,
be
maybe. Go ahead. Sorry.
You know, you're good. You're good. To be honest, like when you're a part of like a machine, like you can't just like post stuff. Like stuff's got to get
I guess
approved.
that, yeah, I don't know anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like that part, that's where it's just like, yeah, like, and even like, I remember
Yeah.
for a while, like, I was like kind of like screwing around with like Luke in the comments. I was like doing some weird shit. And there was kind of like the, you know, like the, you know, like, what's going on
What you
there?
up to
you know?
there? Yeah, what are you up to
Yeah,
over
like-
there?
We can see your comments. It's like right in the feed, you know? So yeah, then you gotta bring it back.
And you know what? I think that's interesting because it's something I don't have to think about because I'm just my own deal. And so, you know, I might, if a client hates what I do, they might leave, but I'm confident I can replace them. So it's kind of a different, you know, it's still there, obviously, I think, when you're like, I run a small
You're
company.
your own boss, right? Like, you
Yeah,
can-
it's different.
yeah.
And I mean, I have to decide, is it worth the risk? And for me, it is, because I just want to say what I want and accept the consequences. But I think what you say actually probably connects with a lot of people in the audience and what a lot of people in the feed have to consider, you know, even when they're job hunting, is like, how honest can I be? Because we want to think that everyone wants your authenticity and they want to hear like how you actually feel and think, but people don't always want to hear or see that. And you do have to think about that when you're looking for a job or, you know, you're working for a big machine. And it's interesting, right? It's something I don't have to think about. But.
Yeah, here's the thing about vulnerability, and I think a lot of people forget it. It's like when we make purchasing decisions, we want things that are safe, right? Like we don't want risky purchases. We want stuff that we know is secure, that it's going to work. And when you see somebody that's like very like loves to be super vulnerable and they're like a little bit off the rails to a degree that works on social media, but you really like take the chance. Like even myself, if I see somebody that's like completely like just puts everything out there all the time, I'm like, this person is a risk. Like if I do business with them, like there's a high probability that, you know, like what if they have one of these meltdowns that they just reviewed last week, they have it, but on my dime. Now it's like, you know, like that's where LinkedIn is different than a Facebook or an Instagram, where you can go total vulnerable, you know? But when it's like business related stuff, it's like, we like safe purchases. We like stuff that, you know, is reliable, you know, maybe it's, you know, maybe like the vulnerability or the trust factor isn't as strong, but man, like you want it to be secure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really interesting topic because it's true. And I think the other thing is analyzing, you know, someone's content too, right? Because I think, like, if you look at the way that I post, I don't really throw people under the bus. I don't do the posts, you know, hey, you know, Bob from, you know, Bobcat Services is a terrible person, and, you know, let's go destroy his company, like a lot of people do on social, right? Like, I don't post that kind of stuff. And I think when you follow someone's content, like I think you can be vulnerable without shitting on people.
Right.
By the way, are we allowed to swear on a live stream? Are we going to get shut down if we swear? I don't know how this works, but that's
is
just
YouTube tough on that or no? Like,
I
don't know
I
about
already
that.
fucked that one up on that channel.
Oh god damn it!
I think how it works is you can't monetize it, which is fine.
Yep.
We're not trying to do that.
You're not. Yeah, I don't know what you're gonna do about those 3/4, Travis. That's probably optimistic.
Yeah, I forgot what I was saying, but anywho.
Well, you were about to curse
Let
about
Bob-
something,
Bob-
probably.
Bobcats.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, that's right. I was just saying, like, what you can analyze how someone posts, how they comment, and kind of get a feel for, hey, this person trashes people behind their back, or you know, they trash the old boss or their old companies, and you know, I do that in person and in real life too, right? You can tell, hey, if this person's talking crap about their friends or an old relationship or an old boss, then they're going to talk crap about me as soon as I'm done talking to them. And
That's so true.
the same with social, right? If someone's talking crap about someone else, whether it's true or not, it kind of gives you an insight for their character, I think. And so I think it's a little different than being vulnerable on social. But again, you have to analyze someone's content to see that. Maybe someone would just look and go, oh wow, this guy's super honest. He's going to expose my business if I bring him on staff, right? So
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah, so it's just like there's a fine line. There's a fine line because, you know, you want to be vulnerable to build trust, but like once you cross that line, and it's just like it's almost like the way that I view it is like when I worked kind of like in corporate, like whatever conversations you could have, like water cooler. Like you could talk about family and some of those subjects, and sometimes you could be vulnerable with certain people, but whatever you wouldn't be yelling across the hallway in your office, I wouldn't condone yelling, you know, on LinkedIn. So, but I do find it interesting. I've noticed this on LinkedIn, and it's like, it's not that it annoys me. It's just like, it's gonna be fun getting Jonaid and like the Joel Lagley, because sometimes they do it. And I'm like, and I'm calling them out so that we have something to talk about.
Here we go.
Yeah. Here we go. Ugh. And now we're paying attention. Like when they point out like the stupid shit they see on LinkedIn, right? When they're just like, you don't need to do this and you don't need to do that, and like you're an influencer if you say X, Y, and Z, and it's kind of like it has like a negative tone to it. And like I've always thought it's like, you guys are just as bad. Like they may be pandering to the audience from a positive perspective, but you're pandering to the audience through the negative. And like I'm guilty of doing it too from time to time. But I try to keep most of my, like the thing is I can't control the way I deliver my lines. If I sound sarcastic, like forgive me. I don't know how to talk normal. You know, but like I don't intend to insult anybody. Where it's like I think sometimes with their content, they're like trying to like, you know, it's the negative stuff, but they're trying to like kind of almost pander to our negative impressions. Max Pashman's another one. And I'm just like, you know, it's like you guys are just on the opposite side of that, but you're kind of doing the same thing. Like, how do you guys feel about that? Like when you see like the overly negative, like the almost like, you know, like they're doing this, and it's like they're like, it's almost like the people that think like LinkedIn is being ruined, you know, because of like these influencers, XYZ. So yeah, what are you guys' thoughts about that?
I like that point, and I think what's interesting is I like all those guys. I love their content.
I love them. I love all of them.
Max has an awesome content about finance. Joel has insane content, and I think you're right. I think like I'm guilty of that too. Like I don't think I call individual people out, but I whine about DMs and, you know, people that post.
We all do it. Yeah, to clarify, we all do it. Yeah.
But I think there is like, how often do you do it as well? And
true,
so I agree with you. I think that frequency, for example, LinkedIn Stories, right? I think when LinkedIn Stories rolled out in the UK a couple days ago, my feed was full of, oh, LinkedIn Stories are lame, and you know, this is dumb. Everyone's
That's what it is.
And like, to me, that kind of attitude, that bothers me, because like I enjoy being sarcastic and having fun and making fun of things, but I also think like there's a way to do that is funny and creative and intelligent, and then there's a way to do that that's kind of cheap, in my opinion. And I feel like
that's what it is.
Fun of other people is kind of cheap, especially with stories, right? Like people are experimenting, and no one's going to be great yet, especially on this platform.
Right.
And I actually love stories. I like seeing what people are doing, and I usually don't scroll the feed for very long. I kind of go to the people that I know and start commenting there. And then if I see a comment from someone new on my post that I enjoy, then I go check out their profile, and kind of a rabbit trail happens. But I don't scroll the feed too often. But with stories, I've kind of been checking people's, you know, what they're sharing, what they're up to, and I actually find it interesting. And I, as soon as I saw it, I actually changed my profile from the UK back to Canada, because I wanted stories, because I didn't want to wait 2 or 3 weeks. So I switched it back to my Canadian address, and I got it because I wanted stories. I wanted to see what everyone was doing, and I wanted to get in there. And I actually love it. I think it's fun. I think on some days where I'm like, oh man, do I really want to post and have to engage in all the comments and, you know, spend all this chunk of time? Lately I've been going, well, how about I just post a couple stories instead that are kind of fun, and then I can engage with just a couple people instead of, you know, a lot of people like I wouldn't post. So I don't know. I just think that, yeah, going back to the point about kind of cheap insults, maybe, right? Like I love a good sarcastic banter. I like when it's witty. I like when it's intelligent. But when it's cheap and it's just clearly putting people down and kind of like crosses that negative line, I'm not really so cool with that.
I just feel like Joel, you know, like Joel and Jonaid and Max, they're kind of like the exception of the rule, because like I know them. Like I actually haven't talked to two of them ever before, and Joel I just talked to the other day. But it's like when you've been on LinkedIn long enough, it's like you kind of like understand, like that's how they work. But you know, like I could imagine like being good friends with them, like day in day out, like that would burn me out. It's like, and I'm sure Travis can relate to this. Like Travis, you remember, because like you lived there, you'd go to Hot Topic, right?
Yep.
You'd go to Hot Topic. You'd go like every day. No, I'm kidding. You'd go a lot. Like that's probably like most of your high school. Like you were like one of those hot Topic kids that would buy like, you know, like whatever, the band shirts. Like, and you remember like when you would go to Hot Topic, you'd buy like the stupid ass band shirt, and like they were like the local band, right? I don't know if you had one of the Hot Topics like where the bands would actually play inside the store.
Yep.
And I'm only saying this out of experience because I was the guy liner tight jean guy too. So no, dude, I totally was. I was like bad. Yeah. Like super emo. I love that shit. But anyways, like Hot Topic, like remember when the band was like local, and then they'd like they get like that one hit, and like, you know, they'd just like explode, right? And like there would always be those kids like, ugh, they went mainstream. Like I don't like them anymore. That used to be me.
Like, yep.
I like that. Those are like, when I see negative content on LinkedIn, I picture that, it's
Yeah.
like those kids that it's like, ugh, that's not cool because like the mainstream influencers are doing that stuff. Like, it's all about like the organic stuff. It's about quality and posting 15 times a day, like Joel. You know, like it's just like that kind of stuff is, yeah, like it reminds me of those kids.
I used to be in that mentality. I would have the kind of that ownership over local bands. Then they would make it. I remember I did it with Metro Station. The day I heard because Metro Station used to be very like MySpace only. They had like just crappy electronica EPs, and then they had that shake, 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 a shake it.
Dude, that was
and it
like,
was on
that
the
was
radio
jam,
forever. And then I remember like my brother was playing it, like everybody at my high school, and I was like, oh my god,
Right, they sold out. They sold out. That's like the line everybody'd say, dude, they're such sellouts, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Such
so
sellouts.
grateful I've detached from that. I think largely just because of like I've really adopted kind of just a Zen libertarian philosophy on so many things of like I've got so much shit to figure out in my own world that what like somebody else is doing has such minimal impact anymore in my world. I just use it as like neutral data or like neutral feedback.
All right, now I need to know.
I like that.
I need to know. Top five bands in high school. Travis, go.
Ooh.
Mayday Parade, Shiny Toy Guns. What else was in the emo days?
Dude, you're like really underground with this shit. Like it was like
I've never heard of
like
those
little
bands.
Oh damn. Dang. Yeah. Let me see. Maybe like Owl City was more pop, mainstream.
Owl City, okay.
But that's more just a guy. 30 Seconds to Mars, more emo mainstream.
Of course.
I'm
Dude, just
obsessed
don't put him in
with
a
Jared
Joker
Leto.
costume. Me too. Just
I
don't
used
put him
to-
in a Joker costume.
All through high school, I used to duplicate my haircut of what Jared Leto like did throughout like all the 2010s.
Listen,
I had
they
black
do
and
not
red,
make
black
they
and
don't make
blonde, like everything.
sorry, they do not make flat irons strong enough to get your hair like that. I don't know how the man does it. He's got to have some Asian in him or something.
No, he's
work.
a gem of a guy. But
Yeah, he
Gem
is.
of a lad.
ooh, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Good call, Enrique. I was seeing the chat.
Yeah, I'm just looking
hopping
too.
in here. Yeah, anybody?
I-
in the chat
I don't
here,
like-
would love to hear your high school band.
I don't like Red Hot Chili Peppers. I feel like all their songs are about California, right? And they all sound kind of the same. Prove me wrong,
Yeah.
Enrique. Prove me wrong.
Ooh. Enrique's
Give me
been
a song.
challenged.
Give me a song that was not about California. That had
That's
nothing to
their
do with
whole vibe.
California.
See,
No California references.
that sounds a lot like people that make fun of Nickelback, right? In Canada. Every song sounds the same.
Okay, so Luke, Nickelback's on your list. I want to hear it. Top 5 in high school.
Oh, you know, I had such a weird taste of music. I liked Led Zeppelin. I liked
Oh.
Pink,
Nice.
Aerosmith, Metallica, and it wasn't a band, but I love Eminem back then.
Yes. No, you gotta mix them in.
Eminem and Metallica were my favorites. Really.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the 1 hour mark. Thank you.
Just 23 more to go.
Hey, that wasn't too bad.
23
Yeah.
to go. That is a nice little talk show we had there for that first hour.
Ba-bum. Now
you
we're moving into
guys-
music.
We do
Yeah.
have.
It's my top 5. My top 5.
Yes, would like to hear this. This will be interesting.
Travis,
My
how
Chemical
do you-
Romance.
Oh, go ahead, John.
My Chemical Romance. Fallout Boy. Like
Ooh,
embarrassing, but I was a fan.
nice.
Let's see, Taking Back Sunday. No takers for Taking Back Sunday.
I'm in for Taking Back Sunday. Yeah, I went to.
You're in?
They were like, I went to every single Warped Tour, and they were always, for some reason, like one of the headliners. But I
They had
never
their fans
complained.
in the South. They had their fans in the South. Okay, so how many was that? Was it 3 or 4? I wasn't.
3. That was only 3.
Okay. I really like Jimmy Eat World. I thought they were pretty good.
Oh, I love Jimmy Eat World.
Yeah. They like a little bit different. But yeah, like I don't know if these don't really count as like emo, do they?
No, those weren't.
What's
I
the other
mean,
one?
no, there's.
And Linkin Park. Linkin Park was like,
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
like I could
Can't
listen
not like
to,
Linkin Park.
dude, like it was like one of those CDs. Hoobastank.
I'm just looking at chat. I'm
the
sorry. I
reason.
forget that I'm on the mic sometimes, and I'm just reading chat. And I saw somebody drop
No, that's good, man.
Hoobastank. I was like, oh,
But,
hell yeah.
Hoobastank-
but do you know
Yeah,
any
the
song
Killers.
other than that Reason song? That's not the only one.
That's it.
I've been
They-
crawling in the dark, looking for an answer. They've got a lot of emo songs.
Travis, can we
Hoobastank.
get some of that in the background? Like, let's get some, some music that's making us look like we're aged a little bit.
Let's find.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
we
yeah,
have aged a little bit.
I can
Dated.
actually pull up
No longer cool.
a.
No, like I saw a
playlist.
picture of Johnny Knoxville from Jackass, like
Johnny
straight
Knoxville.
up with only white hair, and I was like, holy shit, I'm old.
Oh my
I remember when
scary.
Johnny Knoxville was younger than me, like
That's
doing like them
depressing.
first like few Jackass seasons. I'm like, do you guys feel
Jackass
like I don't
was
want to sound
legendary.
I don't want to sound old, but like television was legit better like 10, 15 years ago than the shit that they're putting on now. Like, I have to say it.
I mean, that does make you sound old for sure.
Yeah. This is hilarious that his only segues since bitching about people bitching about content, he's been bitching about other people's music and content on like a meta level.
Right.
Oh,
It's, yeah,
man.
dude, like because now we control the content, so I'm including myself in this shit content.
Yeah, that's right. Me too, of course.
Yeah,
Like,
we're a part of the problem because we're the ones, we're
95%
the
shit.
entertainers now. You know,
That's right.
we can't keep up with Knoxville.
Oh my.
Bam
Chemical
Margera,
Knox-
dude,
Knoxville
Bam
was
Margera,
awesome.
Poor guy, he's fucked.
Yeah, he is. But, I mean, we all knew that, didn't we?
It's like the danger signs. It was like like the red flags were going off even Viva La Bam season 1, but
I mean, those guys,
Gotten worse.
you know what? They must feel so choked that they got big before Instagram, TikTok,
right.
and all this stuff. Like, they would have been crushing it. But they got
Yeah,
big
like
too-
if they would have been on YouTube,
YouTube, everything.
how different would it have been? Like CKY, like Can't Kill Yourself, like all like those little shits. Travis, was that before your time, or like you remember some of it?
What was it? CKY?
CKY. It was like kind of like the predecessor to Jackass.
No, that might have
You didn't see
been
it,
one.
none of
Yeah,
it.
that might have
I
been
didn't
out
see
of my
that either.
era.
No, this is like skateboard culture. You guys never like rode skateboards and stuff.
No.
Oh, wait, never
I didn't
mind.
ride
Yeah, I
skateboards.
remember. I remember. Super old. Yeah, skate culture. Yeah.
Like Tony Hawk's Pro
Vague,
Skater.
very vaguely,
Tony Hawk's
but-
Pro
Tony
Skater 2.
Hawk.
I wasn't super into it.
Ah,
Best-
number 2.
Best soundtrack of all time.
Amazing.
Yeah, I don't know
Love
if you guys were all into that kind of stuff, but
I
totally
love
was.
that game.
Oh man, you guys lit some stuff up with the emo bands. The chat is fired up. All kinds of emo bands, and now somehow Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey are in the mix. I don't know what
All
happened
right.
there.
Those, yeah,
Something
but those
happened
are like,
down here.
I love Mariah Carey back in the day.
Yeah. Like or like the time that was it that both of them like sang together. Like, see if like we can get some comments about that in the chat because, dude, those two when they were singing together, it was like I wanted to cry, but I didn't because there's people in the room. But harmony, it's powerful.
Yeah, good.
That's like
singer.
one of the like the songs that you play, but it's only like when you're in like you play the song when you're like in the car driving really fast, but like you lower the volume like at a red light
Yeah.
because you don't want other cars to hear you jam into Whitney Houston.
I wish I could say I didn't do that, but I've done it. I've done it. Like, if I'm blasting Barbie Girl when I pull up to a stoplight, I gotta turn that down.
It's like, meow, especially like in some of the rougher areas. I'm like, I'm not showing all my cards. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
No, that's
Can't
just
do it.
wise though. You can't always show all your cards. Even guys such as ourselves keep some cards hidden, right?
So, does anybody else like? Did you guys have like the original iPods? The one with like the track where you like the scrolly track,
Yep.
where you had to like actually like manually go through all the songs.
I love
Like
the
I kind
iPod.
of miss that. Like I feel so spoiled now that like we have like the touch phones. Having like
know.
that iPod that had like I don't know like 1,000 songs in it that we all had to like steal from LimeWire.
LimeWire.
Like I kind of miss that. There's like something so pure about it. Like you had to like go search for a song. Like there was like a million different viruses on my parents' computer, you know, and it's
Oh
like
man, that was a
simpler
heyday
times.
for virus guys. If you were a virus guy, that was the time to be alive.
You didn't do any of the LimeWire. Where did you steal your music from, Travis?
BearShare. I used BearShare. What did you use, Travis?
I was LimeWire, and my brother hooked up Napster and Shazam. So we had a
Shazam
nice
was good.
decentralized system going. It was the glory days, but yeah, I'm sure
Right?
virus hell. But it was just a different world when iPod, when you had to have your iPod and your phone separate. Like it was just a better life. You just had to flip phone
Nothing
with
was
texting.
worse. Nothing was worse than the CD player in your pocket.
Oh,
Like,
I was just gonna say, remember that? Why did we do that?
You would like try to shove it in, and then like when we went into like the skinny jeans phase, days were over. What did you do? What did you do, Travis?
Yeah.
What did
Well,
you do with those skinny jeans? Where did you
Like
put
with
the
the
player?
MP3.
I'm sure they're donated somewhere, but I have a lot of the band shirts still. I wish I
Do
had
you
more
really?
of them. But no, pretty much got rid of. I had a social ego detachment from like that whole era, and until very recently, I've used to pretend that was like a whole different like identity and person, like pretending I'm like nope. So that era did not exist, and similar to what you were just saying earlier with like your LinkedIn impression and your presence. I just felt like that was so weird. Like of all the people at high school that probably thought of me as some wacko with and skinny jeans and hair straightener.
Right. But like,
so
and that's the thing. Like,
I
if you
tried
had
to
to go,
detach from it. Yeah.
if you had to go back to your like a high school reunion, and I want to ask both of you, would anybody, and even in the comment section, would anybody recognize you?
A little bit. I when I updated my Facebook picture to bald versus my old emo hair, people lost their shit. But I'm pretty
Really?
detached from that world. I'm like 98% like all in on LinkedIn and some of these other realms. So the few people that do stay in touch are because they're on LinkedIn.
Interesting.
Wow.
So yeah.
That's cool.
But
You've
now that we're
evolved.
because we've got the streaming going and the more casual stuff, I've been considering doing the opposite of like going all in, just doing the multi-streaming everywhere, tapping back into those. But who knows?
That's cool.
Who knows who would come out of the woodworks there?
Right.
See what
What about
happens.
you, Luke? Like,
You know what? Mine's an interesting answer because I moved around a lot when I was younger, and I was actually did virtual school in high school. So like back in
Really?
in the year 2000. Way back
Was it
when-
literally you graduated in the year 2000?
No, but like that, it was. I think I graduated in 2003. I'm this old. I have to think. Is it 2003 or 2004? One of those years. But yeah, I did 4 years of computer school. So we did all of our tests and classes online, and it was back. I mean, when we started, I think it was dial-up. It was so bad. And actually, Jesse's in the chat here. My brother, he did it with me, and we actually. It was so good. We would scam the system. Like we'd always do our reports late, and because it was so early days internet, we would just go and set the clock back and then send the email, and it would actually work.
That's
You could-
hilarious.
You could send your report in 10 hours late, and we scammed everything. We were so bad. Like, I wish I actually did put more effort in and learn stuff, but I just barely did anything. Like we took advantage of it because we were online. Like we had a social studies class. I remember I did all of grade 11 in like 3 weeks, and
No way.
literally just went and not plagiarized, but pretty close. Went and read reviews of movies, and then didn't read the book, and then just went and made up reports. and got away with it. And we did a lot of shady shit. But yeah, man, so I didn't really interact with people. Most of my interactions was like through athletics because I played soccer and hockey. And then after that, you know, I traveled a lot, and, you know, I was really into Christian ministry actually back in the day. So I was much more religious. And so all of those people wouldn't recognize me at all because I believe very differently. I have different philosophies and I've evolved. So that's probably
That's
the
so funny.
Like,
Because
yeah,
like
I'm very
I
different.
I relate with that so much. Like my parents are super religious, so they forced me to like go to the Bible camps and all that stuff. And that's like where I had like actually like a lot of my friends.
Yeah.
And I remember like it was like senior year, and I fell in love with like some Christian chick, but like the rule was like you had to get married with her to like even like do anything, you know? So I was like,
even looking
damn
at
it, I'm gonna have to get married to kiss this girl. Whatever, fine, I'll get married. Whatever I gotta do, you know. So, like, I'm in Florida, and like they were in school like in Arkansas, which is like middle of the United States, right? So I was like, whatever, you know, I'll become a preacher. Like, I'll be able to marry this chick. I'll move to Arkansas. I'll become a priest, you know, like whatever, you know. And yeah, like my parents basically said like, we're not going to support you unless you do at least one semester at like a community college. And then instead of becoming like a priest, like, you know, a minister, they call him like the Christian faith or whatever. I ended up becoming a pro wrestler. So it was like, I can really relate with that. Like, I was really into like the church stuff. Like we went to, you know, Honduras, we like built houses. It was cool, man.
Too.
Like, yeah, like those people are awesome, you know, like in the church ministry. But yeah, it's just like, it's weird how you think life is going to take you in one direction. And like, I always love like speaking, you know, so I thought, oh, cool, you know, like I'll be a minister or something like that and speak in front of a church. And it's like, yeah, you know, life kind of goes full circle, I guess, but not in the church. So
that's funny.
I can relate to that. Yeah. You never like
we share.
fell in love with what's it called? Like one of the church girls and almost ran away, joined a ministry.
Well, those are long stories. I guess we do have 24.
Those are long stories. Not for
Yeah,
anything like this.
you guys, there was actually a lot of people very interested in the ministries and the church stories. Joseph, I know, was interested. I saw a few people that perked up.
Interesting.
So if you want to pry, I think people would be interested in hearing
tapping into
your
religion on
ministry
LinkedIn.
background. I mean,
On
just
LinkedIn?
to hear a little bit. I think
Wow,
it's
you know what's
traditional, but
you know what's funny is it's funny, like that programmed response from me came out. That's what I do when I talk to people, quick chats, or like when I want to avoid getting into all that stuff, I go, oh, well, it's a long story. You don't want to hear this. And I can't do that today because we're literally streaming another 23 hours. Crap.
Right. It's like, damn, all right, yeah, just give it to him.
Okay, what was your question? I just rambled.
Yeah, like, did you ever run away with a church girl?
Okay, so I wouldn't call it run away, but I was in a relationship with a church girl. And technically, my wife Jill, when we met, we were both much more hardcore Christians than we are now. Not that we don't have an element of faith, but our thoughts on religion have evolved. Like, I don't want to say evolved because that makes it sound like, you know, if you have a more traditional mindset, you haven't evolved. So I won't use evolved. I'll go, it's just changed, right? I'm somebody that when I go through my life and I look like in 5-year segments, I've changed dramatically in like my philosophy and how I think. And I'm constantly always analyzing and reading and questioning myself. It's just who I am. So in 5 years, like I expect, like, I don't really know what I'll believe. Like I could believe anything really, because I'm constantly reading and wondering. So for me, I would say I didn't run away with the church girl, but I was actually in a relationship where we actually got engaged, and I actually called it off.
You
and
called it off? Wow.
I was the bad guy, yeah. Hopefully somehow.
No, you're the good guy, and I'm gonna tell the story after. You're actually the good guy.
Yeah, but it was actually really hard because I realized basically that although we were good friends and we got along, we just weren't a good fit. And the problem for me in my life is I'm a pretty strong guy. I can carry people, and I tend to kind of be Superman sometimes, where, you know, I love someone so much, or I care about them so much that all kind of take all their wounds for them, if that makes sense, or all unhealthily carry more of what they're struggling with because I care so much. And I kind of realized that in this situation where she was a really good girl, you know, we got along really well, like my best friend at the time, but I realized that she hadn't gotten the healing that she needed for us to be like a 50-50 team. I was actually carrying the team, and I'd always wanted to be in a relationship where we were both strong, we were both powerful, and I didn't want a traditional kind of like male dominant marriage. So I recognized that this is just the wrong timing. And unfortunately, she didn't feel the same way at the time. And so, you know, I lost my friend group, and everyone kind of viewed me as the bad guy, because we had actually mailed out invitations, and like we were a month and a half from the date. And so I called everybody and said, hey, you know, and I owned it and apologized and kind of walked through it. And now, you know, she's happily married and I'm happily married. So I think it worked out in the end. But at the time, it was difficult. And I think I would always encourage people, though, like, you know, if you realize, hey, if this is the wrong person for you, don't just go through it because it's hard to face the reality or you feel bad. And I think a lot of people do, especially when they're younger, end up in a relationship where they just kind of felt bad for the person, or it was too far along and they were unwilling to pull the plug and deal with the consequences. And so yeah, I did that. I owned it, and I'm glad it worked out. But at the time, it was really hard. You know, I don't like feeling. No one likes feeling like they're the bad guy or they've ruined someone's life. And I definitely felt like, man, like, you know, I ruined this girl's life. I felt so bad. But
So I remember first, it's like I feel that in my soul, because I've actually been divorced twice. So like before 30, I'd already been divorced twice. So I do not have a good history with women. So with my first marriage, she was significantly older than me. And like it's one of those relationships where you just kind of like you just go through the motions. And because it was kind of like, I remember I didn't, the whole like church thing didn't work out. My parents are super religious. So like I started wrestling, basically like this chick who I had no business being with because she was so much older than me. She worked at Hooters, like made good money. And she basically said like, come live with me. Right. And I was like, okay, cool. Like I'm 18 years old. Yeah. Like Hooters girl, that sounds like really cool. You know, like, yeah, rock on, whatever. Yeah. So I played into it. But then I found out she was married. Like she was married to somebody in the military.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's rough, man.
Yeah. And then like I found out she's married to a guy in the military, and the guy in the military had impregnated another woman. And so I told my parents like, hey, you know, I didn't know, but like she's married. But you know, but you know, I still want to be with her or whatever. And they like, my parents basically kicked me out. They were like, we're religious.
Really?
You can't be with married women. You know, that's against like the rules. So, you know, you kind of have to pick, be alongside of us or like go run off with this chick. So of course, like little rock star I ran off with the chick. And so she basically took on like a motherly role in my life. You know, she became like my mom's girlfriend because I was so young. So she was so much older, but then it became one of those relationships where she kind of like controlled me. Right. So we got engaged because she told me like it was an ultimatum. Like I had to present her with a ring, you know, that she paid for, you know, by a certain date. And I was like in my early 20s. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, you know? But I was like, whatever. I really enjoyed the life. And of course there was an emotional attachment. So I just went with it. And so then we got married. And then like, I remember like being in the wedding, like I was literally at my wedding and I was like, I remember when I got baptized, I think like all of us think that when we get baptized, like, dude, like the angel wings are going to pop out and it's going to be like, you know, like the fog machine. Like rock and roll. And like, it's just, you know, it's going to be this experience.
I know
what
you
like,
mean.
Getting baptized wasn't like that, right? Or whatever. So I thought the same thing about getting married. It's like, dude, you get married and it's like rock and roll and it's going to be super cool. And now it's like your wife and whatever. And I was like, dude, I'm married. But I guess this is like how all guys feel when they get married. It's just kind of like you're looking around and you're like, yeah, let me smile. Let me take pictures, kiss babies, whatever. And it wasn't cool. And so, yeah, of course, like I ended up divorced in a year. But I commend you for walking away. because I think that takes so much more courage. But I remember when I was kind of going through the divorcing process, and it was a lot more emotional than I'm playing it off to be now. But
Of course,
I
yeah.
remember it's like, she looked at me and she was just like, John, why didn't you just tell me you didn't want to be married? And I was like, I was afraid to. You know, it's just like this whole relationship, I was kind of told what to do, what to think. So when it came time for that, I just kind of went with it. I just kind of went through the motions, and I just kind of wonder, like, how many people do the same but just never get out of it? It's kind of like, it's jarring, you know?
And that's scary. I think that's a scary thought. And you go, I mean, the odds of it, there's so many people that are just unhappy in their relationship with their marriage. And I think, I mean, you would know as a fellow Christian, like, the worst things that you can do as a youngster is, you know, okay, either you have premarital sex, right? I'm like, you can't do that. You got to get married. So many, I think, young Christians, you rush into getting married because, hey, I mean, especially young dudes, it's like, well, I like this person, and well, I want to have sex, so I guess this is what we do. And then you end up with this marriage is like a big deal, right? And so is getting divorced, and you know, there's two people trying to bring their lives together, and yeah, it's crazy to think about. And then you go, we only have one life, though. Like, even no matter what you believe, like, you don't really know. You know, we don't have a guarantee. Like, could be it. And you go, like, there's people that are spending, you know, 5, 10, 15 years miserable and unhappy, you know, and like, it scares me to think about that. I mean, transitioning even into, like, that's why when I have an idea, I just do it. And something stupid like this, like, people ask, you know, do you have a cause yet, or, you know, a reason for doing this? And like, we always need a reason.
I have to say something about that. I got messages about it. It's like, yeah, like, people are like, you guys better do this for a good cause. You guys better have like a good reason, a good purpose for this. And I'm like, like, what? Like, why do all these people have an opinion about like something they're not doing themselves? I think it's like so interesting, you know?
Exactly.
And yeah, like, what was your response to that? Because like, I just, does it work? I have to know this. Does it work when you do like you know, like when you're in LinkedIn, can somebody in the comments tell me, confirm? Like, somebody that I've read one of your messages and I never responded to it, probably most of you. If you could go into the LinkedIn inbox and can you, like, when I put unread, like mark as unread, does it unread it on their side, or did they see that I read it?
That's a good question. I've always just assumed that it stays unread, but like
right.
It doesn't, right, on Facebook. So I wonder, that would be eye-opening.
Somebody confirm? Can somebody send me a message and we'll test it right now?
We should test it. That would be fun.
Yeah.
I assume that it, like, if I ask, because what happens to me is I'm posting and I'm doing comments, and then a bunch of DMs will pop up, and I'll accidentally click one, and I'm not ready to engage with it. So then I'll just go, well, I don't want to forget it, so I mark as unread. But then, I wonder if they see it.
Forget it.
And then I do forget it, and it takes me like 2 months to respond. And then someone's pissed. Dude, I'd love to know that.
Hey, Travis, how are we doing with the comments? Is it popping or is it dead? Did we lose everybody?
Bro, it's popping. I'm trying to keep up, and I mute my mic so I'm not typing on the on the audio.
I'm trying to comment a little bit as well.
There's
what, when you say popping, like, what are like, how are we doing? Like we up to like 200 comments now for the last hour?
I don't know the total, but it's been how do we look at the total? I don't know. I'll look at that.
Well, actually, what you do when I it's at about 800, I think. If you go,
it's what?
No.
If you go out into LinkedIn, Travis, and then
well,
on
no
your
worries. I'll check it.
Can you give me an update on that, Travis? Like, I'd like to I'd like to know.
Yeah. But sorry, going back to sort of jumping, going back to what you were saying there, I did have quite a few people say, oh, you know, you need to raise money for this or do this, and I mean, the thing is, I like the idea, and I'm still considering whether we should, because not we should or we want to, because it is cool to, you know, give back to something. But then a part of me doesn't want to, because I do like the idea of just doing something because you want to, and that's all, really all this was. Like, it wasn't a coordinated, like, hey, let's get all this interest and, you know, boost our profile, raise money for this. It was just, yeah, I like you, man. Let's do it together. Let's hang out. Let's talk to other people, and let's just get to know the LinkedIn and people and enjoy it.
Right, and just like do something like to me. Yeah, like to me, it's just like I don't know about you, but like I love doing like food challenges because it really that is so hilarious. I've gotten like 9 test messages. Like,
Really?
yeah. Okay. I'll start answering them in a second. All right. Anyways, it's like I like doing like food challenges, and stuff like that. So, like I like testing like the mind and the body, and that was what was so intriguing about this. It's like, can you like physically like stay live for 24 hours? Just the thought of doing it. What about like you guys, like food challenges, like anything like that? Obviously, you're a no sleep expert, Luke. But have you tried any other challenges?
Yes, I recently, not recently, a couple months ago, I did a 10-day water fast.
Oh wow!
I'd love to do obviously the Bible thing, but I'd love to do a 40-day one eventually. But I think I was attempting a 21 days when I did the 10 days, and when I got to the 10th day, me and my wife actually did it together. And when we got to the 10th day, I just found it so hard to concentrate and work. Otherwise, I would have kept going. Like I felt fine as far as hunger went, and I wasn't nervous about like not having enough blood sugar or struggling or anything. It was more just I had such a hard time concentrating and doing work that I had to eat.
Right.
But that's something I've done quite a bit of fasting, kind of from the religious background. Like I was hardcore into all that. Like I would pray for like 4 hours a day and do all this weird fasting and stuff to try and get, basically more like closer to the Lord and more of a spiritual gift and all that. We can dive into that later again, and the weird thing is it kind of worked in some ways. Like I don't know if I've ever told you, but I used to do like dream interpretation.
No.
And I actually, really weird. Like this ministry that I was involved with, we would go into like bookstores, libraries, like weird like New Age festivals and like Burning Man and stuff like that, and we set up basically like a booth, and then we'd just say, hey, free like spiritual readings and dream interpretation. And basically what we do, it wasn't even really a preaching thing. It was more we just wanted to encourage people in their giftings or like who they were. And so what they would do is come and sit down, and we just do this weird like kind of like have you ever done a psychic reading? Basically kind of like a psychic reading, but like the holy version at the time. And so they would share their dream, and then we'd interpret it, or they'd sit down and they didn't have a dream. We just kind of like, at the time it was like, asking the Lord to give us insight into their life and then sharing about it. And like I don't have the wording to like know what it is now, if it, again, because my beliefs are a little bit different, whether that it is that or it's just tapping into another like plane or realm or whatever it is. But I had some wild experiences within that of things that I couldn't possibly know that I knew about people or people that I did it with, and they would just tell people their phone numbers, their addresses, things that happened to them when they were 5 years old, all this crazy stuff. And I don't know how I got on this rabbit trail, but
no, but it's super interesting because like I do want to share a story. Like I remember, like again, like if you are religious, like jury's out on all of these types of topics, right? Because like everybody has like I know that like within every denomination there is like their specific like rules, and like this is off limits. Like I know some churches where like they discourage like musical instruments because the Bible, it doesn't reference those, right? And then you have others that take the Bible very, very literal, and then more like there's plenty that it's more like left to your interpretation. So I don't want to offend anybody, but like I have gotten like the readings done before, and it's like it's super interesting. I remember I went to like this reading. It was like this guy in New York, and it's like super like not the best area, like weird house. Like you walk in and it's like it's not well kept. It's not in the best part of town. I walk in, I sit down, and then like the guy just like starts reading me and whatever, and like he says a bunch of different things that like some of them like seem like they were like really accurate, on point, and then the rest weren't. And like he said one comment that like it didn't upset me, but I was like, it made me like it validated the fact that it was fake, you know? And he was
Sure.
like, you have a twin brother, you know, like what happened to your twin brother? Something happened to your twin brother. And I was like, I don't have a twin brother. I don't know what you're talking about, whatever, you know? And it's like, no, like you do have a twin brother. You had a twin brother. Like he's with you. He's within you, you know? And I was like, this guy's like psychotic. He's crazy, right? And so then like I called my mom and I was like, dude, how crazy is this? This guy said that like I have like a twin brother within me, and like he's so crazy,
Yeah.
like what these people say. And like my mom starts like breaking down in tears, and I was like, "What's wrong with you? Like you wanted me to have a little brother or something? Like what's the story of that?" And she was like, "No, like when I was pregnant, you legitimately like you were a twin. You really did have a brother, but you must have absorbed him." So he is literally within you, and I still get
What?
Yeah, like
That's
you know,
wild,
it must have
man.
been like, you know, when they first did the sonograms, like I had a twin, but then like however it happened, I always joke that I ate him, but it's just like somehow like it all kind of came into one. So she was emotional about it. She was like, we were so excited, we already named your brother, it was gonna be Jonathan and David, whatever. And like I absorbed him, and so yeah, it turns out that it was quite accurate. It could have just been a coincidence, but it's definitely like one of those goosebump moments where you're like, oh, you know, maybe, because it's tough. It's hard for me not to believe in ghosts and stuff like that, but then believe in religion. It's like if you're gonna open yourself to the spiritual, like there's the good and the bad, and then there's like the ones that like, you know, medians and stuff like that. It's like how do you say one is true and discredit the other, right?
It's true. It's an interesting topic, isn't it? I think that's why, like, because I've swung all over the place with my beliefs, but I can't go full atheist. Like, I would say right now I'm leaning more agnostic than ever before, but I can't go full atheist because I've had so many bizarre experiences, like, that it's not enough for me. Like, there's no science that can explain it yet. And so, like, I know there has to be something beyond, like, what we can see, just because of what I've experience. Like for example, get this story. Like I was so hardcore. Like I actually did missions work in Africa. I've done it a few times, and me and my little brother, not the one that's in the chat. It was a different one. But we did.
You had a twin?
No twin.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, Trump. That's like the LinkedIn. You know, I'm gonna use you for it. You're gonna see my post tomorrow. It's gonna be about my twin and a psychic.
Right.
Just copy your story. But no, so we did a month in Africa, and we donated to help build a medical clinic and with an orphanage and everything.
Dude,
but we
that's
also
so cool.
like preaching stuff, and I much preferred just hanging out with the kids and, you know, getting to know people than, you know, preaching. It's kind of still the same for me. I don't really I just like hanging out with people. But anyway, so we did it, and I remember this one church that we preached in. And my little brother was preaching, and I was up there hanging out. And there was this lady in the crowd that stood up while he was doing his thing preaching. And literally she stood up, and I swear to you 100% that her head literally turned all the way around. Like just like this, like actually turned around. And then it just started laughing hysterically. And it was like those horror movies where you see this like,
dude,
demon-y thing. And then she just freaked out and started like writhing like a snake. And the chairs went everywhere, and then 3 other people flew out on the floor and started writhing, you know, like a snake, right? And it went on, like he had to stop preaching, and then they did this whole like prayer thing.
What?
But it happened for about an hour, and like I couldn't, like I as I'm talking about it, I'm like looking around the room to see if something's in here, but it's freaking me out just talking about it.
Dude, yeah, like why couldn't you do this at 8 a.m. when the sun's out? Why?
I know, but like it actually, like I actually saw that. You know, on the same trip, like this is why I can't fully go atheist. The same trip, there was this girl that had malaria, and at the time we were really into the prayer for healing thing. And so we'd pray, you know, everyone that had sickness, we'd just pray for them because, you know, that's what Jesus did.
You're supposed to do,
yeah. Do it, right? And so we went to this hospital, and there's this girl in the hospital bed, and we walk in, and there's like a Catholic priest there, you know, with his chain and his weird robe and stuff. And he was giving her like last rites, or I don't really know Catholicism, or however you say that. I don't know how that works. He was giving her like, okay, you're gonna die now and stuff. And there was an actual bucket beside her, you know, full of blood. And you know, when he was done doing his thing, she leaned over and just puked. Sorry for this is gross, but all this blood in the bucket. And so, all right, and the guy that was taking me and my little brother Caleb around said, all right, this is the girl that you're gonna pray for. We were like, oh, okay, great. And so we went in, and you know, I put my hands on her. We both did to start praying for her. And honestly, it sounds fake, but it's like the only time it happened in this way for me. And I did a ton of this kind of prayer. Like as soon as I touched her, it felt like the Matrix. I don't know if you've seen the Matrix, that scene where like this thing's like going through his body and you can kind of see it.
Yeah.
It was like that, where like touched her and I could feel like something going through her body. And then like within a couple seconds, her eyes popped open. Like she was kind of like, you know, like this, and just out of it, right? Like,
yeah, like coma, like comatose, like on the edge.
Yeah, because she was, and then but her eyes like cleared up and popped open, and she sat up, and just, like stood up, got out of bed, and she was completely fine. And they took her to the hospital the next day to double check for malaria, and there was no malaria. She was completely fine.
The hell? Wow.
And like, so I don't know how to explain that, like what that is, but like. Literally, like there was record of her having malaria. You know, the priest had come in a couple times to try and talk her through, like, hey, you're gonna die. This is where you're going, kind of a thing. And then they have it on record. Yeah, these two dudes came in, these white guys, prayed for her, and she got healed. And I'm like, so for me, I don't know what that is now. You know, I don't know. Like I said, I'm more agnostic, so it's like I'm open to the idea.
But that's what's incredible. It's just like, what experience did you have? Because, like, you know, 99% of people will never get to experience anything like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's interesting because I guess, like, somewhere in the Bible, like, and I didn't know this was going to come into turn into like a spiritual conversation, but I guess, like, somewhere in the Bible that it says, like, even the demons believe that there is a God, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not calling you a demon necessarily, but like the fact that you've experienced all these things, like. That should speak to why you should be more religious. Yet you say that you're not.
I know. And that's the interesting thing. I mean, again, I could talk about religion.
Something turned you off about it?
Yeah. Starting to hesitate here.
Listen, we don't, Travis, we don't have time to talk about it. You know, long story.
I know.
It'd be a long story.
Let's
Guys,
see.
You're gonna have to
is the
speed it
comments
up. Like we have 22 hours and 30 minutes left. Like if you're gonna have to wrap this one up.
Do you have an update on the comments thing? We're up to like 300 or like what?
You're over 1,000 if you really care. But
What?
engage.
What?
Engage.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, we can start. I haven't even
people like the religion thing?
They were loving it. They said you guys were navigating it very gracefully. David
That's
dropped one of the best one-liners of the day. He said, "Come on, Luke, be an atheist. Have faith."
Have faith. Oh, that's a good one.
Wait. So,
David.
like, Travis, how many times have you had over 1,000 comments in a live?
Well, never. I've also never done this before either. Have you been hanging out with me this year yet?
Yeah, no, I've done a few with you.
It's gonna be
I just don't.
No, we'll just keep leveling it up every time, man.
Travis, question.
Okay,
for you. Do you
so
think
this is kind of like an anomaly.
Go ahead.
Oh, that was all I got.
That was it.
So, do you think that it's 4 hours in a row that you're limited to, or is it 4 hours over a 24-hour period?
I would guess probably a 4-hour stream, like a
Okay.
4-hour max.
I think. Yeah.
I would think so too, right?
Because Travis, we might need you later. We got a couple gaps.
There was a few. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. But
there's a lot of
also
interested people as well.
I did, yeah. Chris Thomas has been helping me a lot with getting my stream set up. He volunteered for some of the sessions tomorrow. I would recommend reaching out to him. He's fairly competent. Seems to have.
You know
good
what's
streams.
weird?
Did you just say he's fairly incompetent?
No, I said he's very. Is that what?
Oh.
Is that what came out? Because I said the opposite. I said he's very
you said he's fairly
competent.
He's fairly incompetent. So
Oh
yeah.
wow.
I was like,
well,
okay,
no, I
so
meant
it's like
I meant literally the opposite. He's very competent and has helped me with all of my streaming stuff. So I'm sure his stuff would be
You know what?
impressive.
I have the schedule here in an image, and I can't share it in the live, but I might go share it as the top post on the page that we have, so that because I had quite a few people saying they were interested in hosting, but I don't know how I'm going to coordinate that well on live. Here.
so are we getting any questions in the comments? I don't want to
There's
bore
so
them.
many.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm trying to.
Yeah, let's do a little Q&A for
I
like the
agree.
last 20 minutes, hour 2.
I
Yeah,
agree.
no worries. You guys can feel free to continue, and I'll
Q&A,
try and
friends.
extract.
Hit us with some questions. Give us some
I'm just going to
opinions.
share that image.
Are we
in the group.
blasphemous?
I'm definitely blasphemous, and I've been told it many times.
I actually, you know what? Like, God honest truth, I'm a little bit regretful about it. I'm like, man, if I would have become
Yeah.
a priest, like, I probably wouldn't be as jacked because I wouldn't care about like the physical as much. But man, like, if I could have like impacted people in a way
I
that
know.
wasn't just like meme culture and LinkedIn advice, like, there's a part
Yeah.
of me that like it's gonna like, if you look at like life in its totality, it's like, man, like when you focus on just doing like LinkedIn advice, it just seems so unimportant, you know, when you really look at it. It would have been cool
It is.
like that. And I'm not like, I don't even know why I'm saying
Yeah.
it like this, because like, dude, it's not too late. We're like still
No,
in
definitely not.
the grand scheme of things. But yeah, like when
Yeah.
we start getting into these kinds of conversations, you recognize like how silly it is, like what we do for a living.
I know. It's true though, right? And I think that's why. I mean, for me, I'm kind of always thinking about that. I can't help but think deeply all the time. So for me, that's why I don't care about posts or going like something like this when I've never really done it before. Even you've never really done it before to this degree. It's just, well, does it really matter at the end of the day? Even if we bombed and it was just me, you, and nobody, I would still enjoy it.
Me, you, Lee would be hanging in there with us.
Yeah, Lee would hang out, and I think my man Jacob would too. He said he'd stick with us on his phone for most of the day.
And who's the guy with like the colorful background that always calls me the other guy? But truth is, I don't know his name.
The Sultan.
I always see with your comment section. He's never in mine, but he's a cool guy.
He's a really cool guy.
By the way, Sultan, I opened your message. I gotta crack open Lee's. I actually didn't. So okay. Test. Mark this unread. All right, Sultan. Right now, thank you for letting us know that we have 800 comments. I guess it's over that now. I'm gonna mark Sultan. You listening? You still there? Okay, I'm gonna mark it as unread right now. So this is the test. Tell me, did I open it? We're waiting on you, buddy.
We are technically living in the future. The longer the stream goes on, the more it slightly delays. So it'll be a little. He'll get that in probably
It's
right
a little
now.
Inception.
Yeah.
We're like Inception here.
Right. So like,
that's-
how much of a delay is there? Or what's the delay right now? We're up to like.
It's usually like under a minute or so, but
Okay.
I'm
go.
staying with the chat in real time, so we can call out most everything in real time.
Should we do a Q&A then? Maybe
Let's do some Q&A.
Yeah, there's a few people that are curious what the hell's going on with the wizard hat. If you
Okay.
want to maybe enlighten, we could start there. Start some lighthearted stuff.
I mean, that one's easy. I mean, I'm a part-time wizard. If you go to my profile and check my banner, there's a wizard there. My tagline says part-time wizard, so I thought, it's Halloween soon. We're doing 24 hours. My hair in of itself can't compare with Jonathan, so I figured I'd better. And wait a minute, I've got to give credit to Rebecca Brown because she said, "Yeah,
I
your
saw
hair
that.
is just not going to compare to John, so you better get a hat and get a wizard's hat." Man, that's a good idea. So I went out and bought one.
You bought one just for this.
I
Wow.
did,
That's commitment.
and hopefully it's a write-off. live event.
Oh yeah, we need to get into that at some point. I need to know like how that stuff works because I don't know like I'm not considered an employee and I don't know like maybe somebody in the comments could tell me.
Yeah.
Are you a freelancer right now?
I think you're a freelancer right
or a
now.
Contractor. You can
Like,
have,
I get
yeah,
paid
you have
now.
like full rights to claim like anything, everything.
Yeah.
Could I
Lots of
claim nothing?
expenses. I mean, you could. I wouldn't.
No, like, could I just like
Are you talking about expenses?
do I have to like even say that I made any money?
Oh, most likely. I would guess that on whoever's end or the other end, they're reporting you as an I-9 contractor.
I hope not.
I don't know.
I
I have
Oh,
no
no.
idea. I don't know. I am not a
I've been
CPA
spending
or a
all of
financial
it.
advisor.
Wait.
Do not.
Do we have an
Let this-
accountant in the comments? Do
Oh,
we have an
look,
accountant?
John-
I
JP
like
needs
go on
an
my
account.
LinkedIn profile. I have a degree in accounting.
Do you actually?
Yes, go on my LinkedIn profile.
Bro,
I have an accountant.
I've been outed as never reading the
Worst.
guy that I'm co-hosting 24 Hours Live. I have
All right.
not-
Anyways, so Luke Matthews, the way that I became a content creator, since you don't know anything about your guest, like your co-host, I was a certified fraud examiner. I did like auditing, and I found Shay's program, and I was like, yeah, like I'm like everybody that goes through the program. I'm like, yeah, no, I want to maximize the revenue for my dad's forensic accounting firm, and
No way.
I just thought she made cool videos, So anyways, I signed up for her program and I guess I did it all right. And she was like, yeah, like maybe you could be like a living testimonial. I'll pay you like commission for whatever you bring in. And then I just started doing it really good. And she offered me more than what I was making being an accountant. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm starting a new career now. And that's how I'm here doing this 24-hour live with you. I was an accountant.
Have you ever shared that in a video?
I don't think so. No,
Okay,
I don't
then I
talk
don't
about
feel like
myself in
that.
my videos.
Yeah, you don't. It's all like how to.
I did one picture post. That's like the most honest I've been, and that was pretty honest. So like, yeah, I don't really get into like my personal stuff. So, but that's why I love this kind of thing because it's kind of like a way to kind of like test if there's any interest in like the actual human behind it. But
Sure.
yeah, I was an accountant. What did you do before this,
Interesting.
Luke?
I swung a hammer, man. I was a construction guy.
I knew that because somebody said in your comments and I pay attention, but yeah, like what exactly
Well,
did you do?
and I talk about it in my content. So it's
Yeah, I
not,
guess you do. Yeah, I guess that would.
I've mentioned it a few times. Yeah, I think actually my most viral post was it did involve the first. What was that post? Something like when you start, you suck. And I think the first day I was building homes, I did something wrong. But yeah, I used to do construction, all kinds of like drywall, framing, landscaping. I did like
That's super interesting.
bit of
Like, do
railings,
you find
glass.
what's more taxing, like the creative using your brain and having to like capture from that space, or manual labor?
100% manual labor. It's way more difficult. And again, maybe it's because most of my life I've done manual labor. And really it's only been the last 2 years that I've been full-time social media marketing. And I've kind of been doing it part-time for 4 years now. So those 2 years I did both. I did full-time construction, and then I built my side hustle, which was social media, while doing that full-time. But for me, definitely, it's manual labor. And I think also what's more rewarding to me is manual labor, because at the end of the day, you can actually see like, oh, I built these walls today, or I built this rock wall, or you kind of see what you're accomplishing. But for me, with social media, especially because I focus on branding, I'm not so much like pay-per-click or Facebook ad. Like I do all that, but my focus is more like branding for small businesses. So you don't get to see the day in, day out, you don't see like a ton of growth, right? Like it's a slow process of building a brand, as like it takes time. And like, sure, maybe in my personal feed or like on a post, you can go, oh yeah, that posted well, but I don't really value that, nor should you really, at least I think, really value individual posts. So at the end of the day, I don't get that feeling of like, oh, like I did a great job today. It's just, oh yeah, I'm living the dream. I'm working at home, and I can say whatever I want. I can set my own schedule. I'm like, that is the dream. So I love that. Like that, to me, that's the best feeling in the world. But as far as actually, hey, I did a good job today, I would get that way more from manual labor, as well as at the end of the day, I would feel tired and felt like I actually did something. And even this, like I do 15 hours a day, and I still don't really feel like I'm doing anything. Honestly, even though I'm writing content, I am doing things all day, it still feels like I'm just hanging out all day. And I don't get that feeling of like, yeah, I crushed it today. I will.
Yeah, I'll be very transparent. There certainly is an emptiness to what we do, and it's super interesting. Like I did manual labor, but like, do you consider manual labor? Like I did bartending, right?
Yeah.
You're like you're on your feet all day. You're on your feet. You're like constantly like shaking drinks. Like you're still like engaging with an audience, to a degree, but.
Sure.
You wouldn't take your work home with you, right? Like clock in, clock out, your day's over. Where like this, like, it's so funny that we're doing a 24-hour live stream because it's like, it doesn't feel that different because it's like, anyways, I'm getting notifications 24 hours a day. So I'm never really disconnected anyways. It's like, this really isn't, like for myself and Luke and probably Travis, this isn't really stretching like a regular day anyways. But the reality is that it's like, I feel like this is so much more taxing because when you are pulling from a creative place, you're not like the difference between construction and what we do. And this is, I'm taking extreme cases. I'm not trying to generalize because I'm sure
that's
there's,
fine.
Other, but the point is that when you're pulling from something like a creative place, you're creating something that does not exist, right? You're creating something that does not exist. And you have to make it. In comparison to when, you can kind of go into autopilot when you go to work. Like I remember when I did accounting or bartending, the formula, how to work the Excel sheet. You're just punching in numbers. It's very like, you can almost like, you can play music and you don't have to really be thinking. You're just like moving through the motions. And I feel like from an energy perspective, a mental perspective, you're not pulling a lot. You're just on autopilot, like driving to your favorite spot. You almost can't even remember the drive because you're on autopilot.
I never remember the drive.
Right. But when you're creating something that doesn't exist, like a post, a video, piece of content, whatever it is, it's very like mentally taxing because you're searching through your brain to create something. So I feel like I'm exhausted. Like after I create a script or like I write content for somebody else.
Right.
When I write a script for somebody else, I'm like absolutely I'm brain dead, and it's like
that makes sense.
3 or 4 hours in comparison to, like when I would be like I'd sit in my office for 8 hours, but when I get to the weekend, I'm like, dude, I'm bored. I don't need rest. I want to go do something exciting because I felt like all week I was just kind of like going through the motions. So, yeah, like what are your thoughts?
I think that makes sense, and I would say it depends on the profession, I think, because I didn't really do an office role. So for me, I could go through the motions in construction, but I also couldn't fully, right? Because, I've got a nail gun all the time, or like if I fully kind of went into zombie mode, well, I could nail through my foot or fall off a wall or something. But I do think you're right in that there is much more of you can kind of go into that zombie mode a little bit with those kind of jobs. And definitely it's the same for me where my brain is constantly going. Like I'm multitasking all day, and I'm writing copy all day, I'm talking, I'm on the phone to a business owner all the time. And like, you definitely have to be engaged. And I don't know why, like for me, I don't really feel tired from it yet. Maybe I'm just early in the game. But it could also just be that for me, like the construction environment is just so tough. Like everyone's tough. The environment's tough. Like no one cares about you. Every day it feels like I never went to war, but it kind of feels like it felt like that. Like it was tough to show up every day. And I think because for me, it's not tough to show up every day, even though there's always work to do. And I think I would go more that way. I think that what I find hard about this job is that I literally could work 24 hours a day and it wouldn't be enough for me, and when you're in that spot, and for me, like I'm a smaller I'm a small business right now. Like, it's me and my wife, but it's mostly me, and she kind of does her own stuff and then helps me out with some of the visuals. But like, I'm in the point where I'm like almost ready to hire now, where that'll probably alleviate stuff for me. But since I was in the startup phase, like, I'm just going hard every day. All the problems, like, I'm the one that has to fix it. I got to hop on the call with, the website guy or the small business owner, or, I need to figure it out. And so I think that does get tiring. And I've really only noticed it recently because I decided that I was going to take Sundays off about 2 months ago. I was like, all right, I've been working every day pretty much and kind of taking sporadic 4-hour chunks off here and there, but nothing kind of in a routine. And me and my wife realized, like, hey, we moved to the UK last June, and we really haven't explored as much as we thought because of COVID and everything. We haven't been able to. But even locally, we hadn't done a lot of road trips. Like, we've done a few, but not as much as we planned. And so we thought, well, let's do something every Sunday. Like, let's pick a new town and a new castle or, a national park or something, and really kind of explore this country and enjoy it. And when we started doing that, I realized, like, wow, I've actually really needed this day off because I would be so tired by the end of the day. And I enjoyed it, but it's almost like my body was allowed to kind of relax a little bit, if that makes sense. So I think that's the hardest for me, is just the feeling like I'm driven, so I could go like every day all the time and feel like, man, I got to do more, like I need to do better, and I think that's tough.
Right. And it's I feel like maybe it's because like we're living in like a COVID era, or maybe it's because of like the culture on LinkedIn specifically, where it's different than like an Instagram, where like Instagram, it's like a part of that culture is kind of like flexing, traveling, going on vacation, like, taking photos of beautiful places that you travel to, where on LinkedIn, like, it's not that it's shunned upon, it's just, it doesn't have any impact. Right. And like, I remember, like I hadn't had a day off since March, I think it was, when I started with Shay. I hadn't had a day off, and it was like last month at some point. And I decided like I was going to take a day off and like go to a resort, jump in a pool. And I just like remember I hit the water and it felt so good to like not be doing a LinkedIn thing, And as soon as I hopped out of the water, it's like, dude, I went right back to my phone. I logged back on LinkedIn, and like I got a rush of anxiety. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm going to miss a day. Like now it's just going to like put me behind, and now I'm going to have more things when I come back next week. And it's just like, I just went right back to the same garbage, not garbage because it's like, it's what I do, but it's like a garbage mentality, like the garbage mentality of, I'm just going to get behind on the stuff I'm supposed to do. And it's like, like just having the conversation, you're like, dude, that's like super toxic. Like, it's kind of embarrassing to tell people, but I want to be accountable to it so that I don't do it all the time. But I think that a lot of times, like we put this pressure on ourselves, especially if you're growing exponentially. This feels like a dream, and it's like, it's such a special thing that we're doing. And it's like, okay, I'm so afraid that it could end tomorrow. I know that I need to take advantage of it while it's good, because you don't know when it's going to end. And I think that this applies to so many people on YouTube, Instagram, anybody that makes a living doing kind of like their dream job almost. It's like, this is going to end soon. Like, everybody's going to realize I'm a fraud. Like, I'm not as smart as I said. And I'm going to be replaced by somebody else. So I need to do everything right now. I need to go at 1,000 miles per hour, because if it ends tomorrow, I got enough out of it,
I'm feeling this, man. I feel that so much, because I mean, even the last thing you said, like, I haven't done a lot of video, so for me, like, I do good at text, like I write my thoughts out and have fun, and like, but I don't speak eloquently, like, and even when I was in my church days preaching, like, I'm not an eloquent speaker. I just say it as it is, and that's it, and so doing video or being live, like, people go, oh, like, this is Luke and this is how he talks, and oh, like, you're opening yourself up to a new level. And not that I was nervous, but it's just more that what you're good at, right? Like you said, and that I got to capitalize on this, and this is an area maybe I'm a little bit weaker on, and now I'm just sharing it with everybody, and constantly being vulnerable. It's interesting, but everything you were saying there, like, I feel that so much, especially, and I think it sounds kind of like, oh yeah, poor influencer or poor you that's making a living on the internet from your home while other people don't have jobs and are having to go to the office and drive in rush hour and all this. And all of that's fair because, well, we've both been there, right? I know what that feels like. That's hard too. But there actually are challenges to like freelancing like this or working with Shay or whatever, where you do have pressure. You like literally have to show up every day, and in a day the algorithm could change and your whole business could be gone. Like my business could be gone in a day if it's all of a sudden, hey, these platforms are shut down, the privacy policies have changed, and it doesn't work anymore. Okay, well then I have to go back to the drawing board. And so it's constantly like that feeling, like you were saying, like I've got to be learning all the time. I've got to be on top of what's changing all the time. I've got to be attacking every day. And I think that is tiring. I think that is challenging when, you're doing what we do. And yeah, it's interesting. I think maybe it's hard to understand unless you've done those kind of jobs, or experienced it. But I always feel for any influencer, even like we were saying earlier, where we make fun of everybody. It's like, I make fun of influencers sometimes too, but there also is an element of like, there is pressure that comes with if you have a big following and you're sharing your life with people. Like I never wanted to be a celebrity or be famous or anything. Like a lot of people want that, and I'd never want that because like your life is literally on display for the whole world to judge at scale when you're like a Gary Vee or you're a Kim Kardashian or you're these people. Like that just looks so difficult to me. And man, they do have to, like, yeah, they have all this money, but at the end of the day, like, it's just money. Like, I don't know, like once you can pay for like a house and your food, like, does it matter all that much? I don't know. I don't think it does. It's still difficult for them. They're still human. They still have to deal with it.
What I found that was like super intriguing about it was my perception of what an influencer was, my perception of what a content creator has like changed so much. Like when I first started creating content, and I'm sure a lot of people can probably relate to this that are joining us, is I thought, okay, I can create whatever shit kind of content, right? If I do it long enough, I will magically find my audience, and my audience will magically love it because of my dedication. And what you see is there's a lot of creators that have been doing it for years and years and years, and they get like almost no traction. And like the reality is you actually have to put out really great stuff. But also what we need to understand is to go viral or to have a post that performs incredibly well. That's not normal. Like even for your top influencer, like the algorithms are built to go against the people that do really well, right? Because you do see that that person that never has had a viral post, they'll get like 200 or 300 likes, but they'll have like 20,000 views. And it's because like the algorithm will favor that creator that has never had a hit because it's something that's different. It varies from the norm, right? Where an influencer that, like consistently puts out content every day, it seems like the algorithm sometimes wants to battle them a little bit. And please, if anybody that's familiar with that, please let me know. But also like it's natural for us to want new things. And when somebody is always on the platform creating content, like the expectations continue to get higher and higher and higher.
That's true.
So then what happens on our side? On our side, it takes longer and longer and longer to think of the ideas or to come up with the concepts or the presentation style to continue to get people's attention. The stakes are always getting higher. It's like if you ask a girl out and like you hand her a wedding ring on the third date, and like that's the standard you set. Okay, what am I going to do for the rest of my life? Like where do I go from here? The stakes are already so high. You don't start there, right? So I feel like even as a content creator, it can sometimes have like a lookalike appearance like that, where the stakes get impossibly high and you have to set the bar a little bit higher. And that's what I'm starting to notice now is a lot of those creators that early on had like a big following or had a ton of engagement, the impact isn't there. And we look like it's nasty, man. Like we'll look down on them and we'll say like, ugh, well, that's a has-been. I know I'm guilty of saying it, thinking it, right? But it's like, looking at it from their perspective, it's like, how sick is that? Like that person's still trying just as hard, but the impact is not as high because it's an exhausting process of always trying to one-up yourself. And it's like viral posts are not normal. Trying to make
No.
a viral post every time is impossible. Yet some people really battle for it and try to go for it. But like what that does to the body,
Yeah.
living proof that it's not the path you want to go down.
Yeah, it's true. That's an interesting point. The trying to get viral content. So I wonder. I haven't really asked people this, but I wonder how many people post with that in mind. You know, when they go to a post, it's if they go, well, like you rearrange it, or you're trying to like, I want this to go viral, so you're constantly, you know, changing a word out or putting an emoji here, or you know what I mean, like constantly tweaking it. I wonder if that is always the goal with most people, because I think that's what's helped me the most is letting, like when I moved over to LinkedIn after being on Instagram. When I was on Instagram, all my content was most of my content was influencer work, right? So it was very niched for sustainability and eco-friendly stuff and brands and environmental stuff and nonprofits, and so that was.
Are we having our first tech issue? He's frozen.
Luke
kind of
is
my
down
focus,
and out.
me and my wife had a vlog, and so everything we did was more about.
Wait, maybe not. He's back. We got Luke
Is
the
he?
Wizard. Is he back?
We
Am I
got
live?
a
Check 1, 2.
little delay. Was this his first attempt to take a break?
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys, we are
Hey.
cranking through this. I missed the 2-hour mark. I wanted to celebrate. People were taking
wow.
shots in the chat.
Oh,
It was
we missed it.
Yeah, it was rocking and rolling, but you guys are crushing it, so I don't really have a need to step on your toes too much, man.
What about comments? We never did the comments
Bro.
section.
We just started rambling,
Oh,
man.
no
we gotta.
worries.
Rambling,
You're-
bambling.
Yeah, you guys have an adventure to catch up on. I'm in here full time, and it's been hard to keep up.
Wow, that's
But
cool.
it
Should
looks
we
like
open it up for any questions or whatever?
Yeah, so the options we have on the table, if I know you guys potentially have some stuff up your sleeve. I don't know if you want to do anything on your end.
We don't have anything up our like. What do we have up our sleeve?
I might have something in my hat. but
Well,
that's
we'll
about
see.
it.
I guess
Right.
maybe we'll save those for desperation moves, because it sounds like we're in a pretty good spot here.
Okay.
It looks like, yeah, Luke is back in action, so the stream's back on
That's
track.
good.
But yeah, would love to.
How many
switch
people
the-
are joining us right now? Like,
It's been
we got-
hovering around 20. Europe is waking up, and they're ready
Cool.
to party. Man.
Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum. Awesome.
So yeah, there's lots of familiar faces in here, and it looks like everything's back on track. So we can take any audience suggestions, questions, topics,
Yeah.
dance monkey
Religion,
props.
music. Whatever you guys want to talk about, yeah.
It's true.
Let's
yeah,
smoke.
ask away.
Jeff.
How, like, yeah, I'm seeing a comment right now. How Luke lost his virginity. That'd be a good story.
Ooh,
Is that actually?
getting real? Nice.
I don't mind answering.
Oh yeah, there's like 6 or I think 6 people.
I'll
said
answer
that.
it.
Oh my god.
Seriously?
6 people?
No.
I counted 8.
Got him.
I can't tell if you guys are joking or.
Got him.
Yeah, no, we're trolling. Yeah, we're trolling. I didn't actually see that.
No.
I don't even. I haven't checked the comments once. We have comments.
Here I was ready to answer right away.
It'll come out eventually. It's still a little early. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Or yeah, it's late for you though, isn't it?
I have been up since 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's, oh my god, how funny. Travis, I woke up 5 minutes before I called you. Like before we had our Zoom call.
Oh my god. Wow.
That's like why I didn't want to show my face. It's like I'd just woken up.
Jonathan, do you only have one monitor in your setup? Like, what's your setup? Like, you have.
Yeah, I only have one monitor. I have 2 computers, but 1 monitor. I actually like stepped everything up just for this.
Ooh.
Like I had been working with like the same shit equipment because like I do have the accounting background, right? So it's like
Sure.
I don't spend money for shit. So I was working from like what the first equipment that I bought, I remember it's like my dad, like old school accountant. He's like, what do you need to buy the fucking microphone for? What do you need to buy lights for? Like, what do you think this is? You know, like he wanted, like, because it's a forensic accounting firm, he just wanted me to like write, like press release documents and infographics and stuff like that. He was like what's the purpose of like the video stuff? We don't need to do that. Like, what do you think this is? Like Saturday Night Live? Like, what do you like? You know, like Johnny Carson. What's with all the camera stuff? You know, like they just don't get it. So
celebrity, bro. And speaking of celebrities, we have a celebrity announcement. Leah Turner is in the building. Hello, Europe. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. Bring her in.
We have a real content creator in house.
Right. Like somebody with actual influence over 50K. Yeah. Like what? We're getting close to 55, right, Leah?
Yeah, you guys are climbing, aren't you?
Give her the Zoom link. I don't want her in the comments. It's like not that we love everybody in the comments, but Leah's like next level. We want to have a conversation.
We should just have people jumping in. That'd be fun.
Right.
I guess Travis is probably the guy to do it with.
Yeah, we can use that Zoom link. So what I have set up right now is we can switch to gallery view if there's more people in here. Or the speaker view, it just switches to whoever's talking.
Cool.
So totally possible if we want to, either right now or towards the end. Maybe save that for the last hour and let people on.
That's probably a good idea.
Have like a crank up the music, a little dance party or something. Oh, but they can't hear it in the Zoom room. Never mind. I'll have to figure that out. But the live stream's loving it.
I think I saw a question somewhere in the comments.
Leah said, "Nope, she's in bed right now."
Fair play. Fair play.
Well, tell her that we're anticipating her. So listen, Leah. Leah, bye. You have another 10. Shit, I said 10 hours.
She was going to join us later, though. I think,
yeah, way to go, guys.
Yeah, she is.
Kelsey said, "Way to go." You scared her.
Yeah. She probably left now. Oh, this is terrible streaming. I'm out.
I'm absolutely shocked. There is no way we're up to almost 1,200 comments. That's insane.
Someone asked a question and I lost it because there's just so much chatter in here. I'm gonna try and scroll and find it. I think it was about.
Is it different people or is it the same 3 people like having a conversation together in the comments?
No,
it's been rotating. It started lots of East Coast and American homies, and then now since we hit like midnight my time, it's been heavy Europe in the house.
I can't find.
Hey, Europe, when you guys like think of Trump, is that like how you think like everything in America is? Like everything in the United States? Like, is he like a fair representation of the country we live in? Is that like the first thing you think of? Like his diet. His diet is like, what is it?
Yeah.
Like Egg McMuffin for breakfast, Big Mac for lunch. Yeah. 12 Diet Cokes a day, right? 12 Diet Cokes.
Seriously?
Which is like rookie numbers, Trump. Rookie numbers. I have like 12 Diet Cokes by 2 p.m.
Do you actually?
I do. I've had 2 full Red Bulls in the last hour. So yeah, like it's a pro, and I got a bunch more. But
dude, you're ready.
Oh, dude, yeah.
You know the only thing in the room with me.
I wasn't gonna go full Scarface.
Little bit of whiskey.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I haven't had a sip yet.
Yeah, no, dude, it's too early. Too early.
I had a coffee before we started. To be fair.
Is the sun out, or you don't have sun yet?
No sun. I'm in the streaming room. It's our closet.
But what time is it? Is it already morning over there?
It's 7:15, so not too early.
7:15 a.m. I'm wondering, like, when are we gonna get our second wind? Are we gonna like get our second wind? Like when is it gonna get tough for you?
That's true. Or will it get tough? Question.
It will. I think so. For me, it will.
So,
Yeah, like around,
You had the-
it's going to be like around 10 a.m. my time. It's going to be tough. And then around like 2 to 3 in the afternoon. So I'm really hopeful that we got like awesome, badass guests at that time because I'm going to be struggling.
And you know what the problem is that's the one area I didn't fill out. Like I did post it, by the way. I'm going to share this again. If anybody in the chat has LinkedIn Live and would like to host us this afternoon, check out this.
Why are there 25 people watching this shit?
Because you're a celebrity, man. You didn't
This
know
is
that?
the first time I've opened it up, and I'm like, holy shit. I need to take a screenshot because, like, I legit cried. Like, I legit cried when I watched, like, that bullshit thing that, like, calling me a baby bitch that Travis put up.
Yeah.
I was, like, legit, like, anybody that, like, if you haven't seen it, go to Travis's profile. You're already there anyways, right? So go to Travis's profile, watch like the baby bitch video. It was like one of his last ones where it's like all grainy and shit, and like really like rough looking production on the outside, but full of heart. The Full House one, like I was like legit like in tears. I was like, this is like such a beautiful moment captured in time, and like with like fun friends doing something like I love to do, and it's like. You do kind of recognize like that this is probably as good as it gets because like if things continue to get better and scale, like I know them, like the people that reach like really high levels of success, it kind of starts to suck because like now you have to like speak to all these like agency clients and you have like all these responsibilities and now it's more about like the money thing and it stops being as fun as it was. And like you kind of like lose touch with the floor a little bit. Want to become so elevated, and it's like,
you know what,
man, this is as fun as it's gonna be.
Yeah, that totally sounded like a Gary Vee segment there.
Did it really?
Yeah, like in a good way though. Like, I mean, I don't know. I was obsessed with Gary Vee, and that's why I joined LinkedIn. But that totally sounded like a snippet from a Gary Vee clip. It was good.
Travis, you know what to do. Send it off to Jack. Let's make some micro content, bro.
That was micro content right there.
Slicing and dicing, bro. Slicing and
Okay,
dicing.
but Gary
No, but
Vee,
you're right,
I want
though.
you to
You're
touch
right.
on that. I want you to touch on it a little bit. Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about
Okay.
Gary Vee.
So I love Gary Vee, and I think a lot
He's
of
not a
people,
snake oil salesman to you.
he's not. I mean, I'm sure if I really dove in, I could see an element of it, you know. But I think that I don't know. Like when I listen to him, I actually think that he comes across like a decent guy, and I feel like his advice it worked for me is all I can say. Like the last couple of years, like I have his content on here and there, and I find it encouraging. I like the way that he's trying to make empathy and kindness and all these values kind of cool. And so I think that's neat, and I think for someone that's such a big name to be trying to do that is really different. So I really like that side of him. But then I also like that most of his stuff is all about just taking accountability and getting stuff done and enjoying the process in the moment. And I think that those two things is kind of what I take away from what he does. And for me, the reason I joined LinkedIn was because I watched his content. Like, oh yeah, you know, TikTok's blowing up, LinkedIn's blowing up. I tried TikTok, it wasn't really for me. I'm not creative enough, I can't dance, you know, I'm not a good singer. I'm really not that funny in short clips. So I just knew I just knew it wasn't for me. Tried LinkedIn and it worked for me. So I joined because of him. And I think that if I focus on those two things, then I like what he says. I think the more you listen, it does all sound the same. It's kind of repetitive. And I think that he does like to be important. It's kind of what I get from his content. Like, I think he likes being in the spotlight, even though he doesn't say it. He says that he doesn't. It kind of comes across like, you know,
Of
he
course
likes
he does.
listen.
Yeah.
He loves to be on stage and everyone, hey, it's Gary Vee, and you know, and I think you'd have to be at that level. But no, he doesn't bother me, and I don't consider him a snake oil salesman at all. I think a lot of his advice worked for me and still does work. So.
I don't consider him a snake oil salesman at all either. And it's kind of like it's like I'm on LinkedIn because Gary Vee told me that I had to be on LinkedIn, and I did it, and it worked, and it's awesome as a byproduct. I almost like, since we're like on the theme of like the religious stuff anyways, I almost feel like it's like the story of the prodigal son a little bit, because it's kind of, you know, and I don't know if that's exactly what the story's called or not, but it's basically like, you know, the father, like, you know, the son comes to the father, and the, you know, the son says like, Dad, I want to cash out. I want to go do my own thing, you know?
Yeah.
So the father willingly gives everything, like his inheritance, early to the son. The son goes out, parties, does his own thing. Inevitably, he comes back when he recognizes the fact that, like, you know, he wasn't responsible, but the father, like, kind of welcomes him back with open arms, right? And I feel like I'm kind of going through that stage with Gary Vee a little bit. It's kind of like I cashed out all the knowledge that he gave me, and I've taken all the tools that he provided me with, and now I'm kind of doing my own thing, and, like, kind of slightly being rebellious, almost to spite him a little bit, just to test it, to see if there are certain things that he's wrong about, because there's like a certain part of the Gary Vee mentality that I do not like, which is put out as much content as you possibly can. I've said it a couple times in my own content, but I'll repeat it for the new folks. Like, I don't talk to my mom like 4 times a day. What makes you think that I want to see Gary Vee's face 4 times a day, right? Especially like when I log into Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, like he is fucking everywhere. And I get it, but I feel like that's one of the things that, you know, if you don't have a D-Rock or like a Travis, like, it's tough. It puts like this insurmountable pressure on an individual to feel like I have to be hustle culture. I have to, you know, I have to grind it out and put out, you know, 64 pieces of content a day, or I'm irrelevant. And it's like, if I can redefine what it means in my own little way, and if it only impacts like 15 or 20 people, and they recognize like, dude, John puts out 2 videos a week. This week he only put out 1, yet I saw his face everywhere. Then it's like, okay, then maybe I could do the same thing. I don't need to be everywhere all the time posting, because like other people will endorse me, essentially, you know, word of mouth, right? So it's just like, I feel like that's kind of like where I am right now, where, you know, I'm testing out some stuff. I'm doing it on my own. I almost feel like I'm going against a lot of his principles, but it feels good that I could always come back to him, and that he's going to inspire me again to do something different. If all goes to shit, I can still pull from him, Dad, and find that new inspiration if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I like that. That was a good analogy as well. I will say though, I think that he is pretty clear in his content with, you know, you need to figure out who you are. You need self-awareness, and this is who I am. It doesn't mean this is who you should be. And I think the hard part is, because he's so big and everyone knows who he is, that you hear like, oh, hustle culture, go after it more than that.
But he still sleeps like 7 hours a night. He says it, if you really pay attention.
He does say it. I think that maybe like when we listen to stuff too, even if someone they do give a well-balanced approach and they do say it, like we will pull out like an area that we're struggling with, like, you know, like what you were saying, you know, like you're working through this. Well, how do I make this my own? And I think that's ultimately what we want anyway, is how do we take a little bit from this person, a little bit from this person, and make this our own. You know?
So who would you say was like, who's your North Star? Because I think this is super interesting. Like, who would you consider to be your North Star of, like, if you could, like, we're not, like, we don't live for idols and all that shit. Like, we're not silly, but who's your North Star? Like, if you, like, who would be the person that you would want to be the most like within your content, like, moving forward? Is there somebody that you model yourself with?
That's a good question. I would say I'll have to think about that through this 22 hours. But like my initial response would be, I don't
21 and a half. We're getting there. We're pounding through it, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, though, like I don't really. I know it sounds bad, but I've never really been like a mentor guy, or like I need to look up to someone. I've always kind of been stubborn and independent. I like to blaze my own trail. So I think that where I draw like my inspirations more like, you know, I've said like I like my content that it's about nothing. So Seinfeld, I guess, is like I love Seinfeld. The whole
really?
Yeah.
You do like Seinfeld. It wasn't just like a joke.
I actually love Seinfeld. I love The Office, and I love that the whole show is just pointless and irrelevant, and really they're all bad people that are just funny. And so I would say that theme of I kind of like my content just being about nothing, but about something. And so like I can talk about whatever I want, but the point is just to build a community and have conversation. And so like a North Star.
Let's look at that since we got so much time. Why don't we like look at it like break it down a little bit, like because I find that super interesting. Like, why do you want your content to be about nothing?
Okay, I do have a good reason. I would say again, man, this is just becoming like religious hour. But it's
Why are you
going
laughing,
back-
Travis?
Because
What's so
you
funny?
guys are, it's so hilarious. When I started this show, I was ready for like, I got backup shots, masks, stormtrooper helmets, rave music, like all this stuff ready to go. And you guys are like unpacking like the philosophy of like life and the world. And I just
Isn't this
love
the
it.
shit that
I
people
love
want to
it.
know?
It's beautiful. No, you guys are killing it. The ambience is great. We've
That's
been
funny.
at 20 plus the entire duration. Can't
Wow.
even keep up with chat, so I think it's all good,
Cool.
man. Keep with whatever the hell you guys are doing.
That's
Okay, yeah.
funny.
So this is awesome because like, you know, me and Luke, like when you really think about it, like we have similarities in our stories, but we couldn't be more different in a lot of places. Like the blue and red thing is just like the beginning, but my content has to be so intentional and yours is so unintentional. Like I need to know why. How can it
Okay.
be about nothing?
Okay, you know what? It's unintentionally intentional, and I'll answer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Keep going.
setting
I got my
for you.
headphones on. I'm gonna be because I'm about to do a cooking with John, first cooking with John segment pretty soon.
Ooh.
So yeah, but I want to
Oh.
hear your answer. I'm listening.
All right, I'm gonna look forward to that. So, you know what? It's different seeing that empty chair, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, oh yeah,
So,
you're
like-
in the empty Zoom room. I at least see like, yeah, I've got all of your guys' stuff.
Okay.
I'll have to optimize the user experience from your guys' end, but
No,
from the,
that's
from
okay.
the stream, it looks awesome.
Yeah, that's funny. I guess everyone else is seeing John's empty chair now.
No, you're so you're speaking.
It just
so you're
means
on
you're
the full
talking.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
Oh
on
well,
full
I guess.
screen. Okay.
Well, not when John's talking. It's back to it.
I'm gonna keep talking so everybody can see my blank chair. Go ahead, Luke.
No, I've forgotten the question, man. Okay, content about nothing. Why? So
Oh yeah.
it for me it ties again back into the whole like religious thing that we were talking about for such a long time. What my purpose of life was really clear for me. Like I knew kind of what I was doing every day, why I was doing it. I had a reason for every little thing that I did. And now, kind of having gone through all that and questioning and thinking differently, that area of like, what is my purpose and what am I doing is something that I'm kind of working through and trying to figure out. And so I think translating that to content, it's freeing for me to not have, I guess, a purpose or an ethos or a point in what I'm sharing, because I feel like that's where I am in life right now. It's not that I don't have a point in my life, it sounds bad, but it's more that I'm refiguring out kind of what my purpose is, you know, why I'm here, beyond obviously paying the bills and work. I'm trying to figure it out. And so I think with my content, it's kind of modeling where I'm at, where it's not really, I'm not driving anyone somewhere. I'm not looking for, hey, every single post I'm trying to get more work, or I want you to leave with this thought or this, you know, this certain agenda. It's just, I'm here working, I'm at home, it's COVID. Why don't I talk about this?
No,
And that's
it's
it.
brilliant. It's absolutely
And-
brilliant. It's like, yeah, the Seinfeld, Larry David model for sure. People
It's kind of
recognize
freeing,
that
right?
humanity, and that's how these have been. Like honestly, we've done the scripted, fancy, formal. Like
Yeah.
we got to make sure we hit this, that, and it's all right. There's a time and a place for that, but there's also
Yeah.
a time and a place like to just chill and be a human. Like, and
Yeah.
especially in the COVID era. It's been awesome.
Yeah.
I think that's the exact reason why like rooms like this are resonating, or content like yours is resonating, because those thoughts of like oh my God, me too. Just continually come up, and that's what gives us that connection, and ends up being freeing. So
I
yeah, a lot
like
of what
that.
you've done is inspired this sort of more loose form, because I admit I was way more in John's territory of like, gotta edit this 6 times, make sure the
Right.
timing of every letter is at like synced to the music, and like stupid shit nobody would even notice. But then I just
Oh, hey,
come out
Blank
here
Chair,
and test
but
stuff,
does it
and
work?
works fine. It
But
goes-
like, that's the biggest challenge, right? Is that it's like having that perfectly curated content. I know, isn't it great? Having like the perfect,
It's hilarious. Sorry, go ahead, John.
like having the perfectly curated content is, it works. Like, okay, would it be better if I do this? Like, because I feel like it's really just about the eyes, right? Like you guys can't see eyes, and it's like that's why it's weird. Let me just keep
No, you do your thing, man. It's all good. It's making me smile. Oh, perfect. It's
Like,
Johnny.
now you guys have something to stare at. It's like, yeah, like
The spirit of
there
the
you go.
spirit of John is with us. He's still here. We still hear him.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm actually gonna move to the kitchen. So yeah, so we can do our
Go for
first
it.
kitchen. So, like, yeah, like we still have the audience, Travis. We're
One
still
more
doing
hour,
people?
we still are cranking away. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'll
Good.
jump back
Was
in.
was that a sufficient answer for you, Jonathan, or did I miss what you were looking for?
No, that was awesome. Like, yeah, like it gave a lot of perspective. Yeah, like I think that's one of the biggest challenges, right? It's like you had a lot of the pressure like somewhere else, and now that you're on this platform, it's like, you know, like what I was saying about like creating a second account. Like, don't you feel like that's kind of what you did? You just did it on a different
Yes.
platform. So
100%.
yeah, I guess
It's
like
definitely
that.
what I did. I reinvented myself. Honestly, if you followed me on Instagram the last 4 years, and then you hopped onto LinkedIn, a lot of people, and especially when I first started on LinkedIn, they were like, who is this guy? What is this? And I had some angry messages from brands and from certain people, like, you know, who are you? What are you talking about? Because I just completely opened up on LinkedIn. And on Instagram, I spent a lot of my time hanging out with people that I didn't necessarily agree with 100% as far as their political views and, you know, certain activist perspectives and different things. And like, I'm a very free thinker, so I don't mind hanging out with people that I don't agree with. In fact, I enjoy it. But it was interesting because I was like the only dude that loved hockey and football and whiskey and hunting and all this stuff, hanging out with people that were focused on environmental issues and sustainability and workers' rights and feminism and all these really important topics. But like, I didn't really fit that mold. And so for me, I kind of held back all of who I was on Instagram, and I just focused on doing a good job and connecting with people and then having conversations one-on-one. But when I joined LinkedIn, I kind of just wanted a different experience. But well, I just want to open up and share all of who I am and kind of risk that. And so, yeah, it totally was just like making another account, and I'm really thankful for it. But
I'm trying to figure out like, let's see, is that my computer making all that noise? Like, I don't know about you guys, but do you have like one of these attached where you have like 15 different things
yes,
coming out of like one computer?
Oh,
Yeah.
the USB hub thing?
Yeah.
hubs.
Yeah. No, I'm on,
Yeah, I
I'm
do.
on old school desktop. I got a fat ass desktop I could barely even move. If I needed to with like
Nice.
12 USB ports.
I want to know in the comment section, like, are you guys all Mac guys, or do you have like all kinds of different computers? The only one that I don't know is like Acer. Isn't that like the Walmart version of computers, or is anybody rocking an Acer?
Yeah, Acers suck. I hope no one.
Acers, those are like what, like Costco computers?
Yeah, yeah,
Costco.
If Costco made computers, it'd be an Acer. It would be.
yeah. Definitely.
So are you gonna do these segments too, Luke, or is this just gonna be me? Like, are you gonna try to like sit in one spot the entire time, or are you gonna kind of like be traveling as you do your thing?
I was gonna move around. Honestly, I haven't put much thought to it, but now that you've done that, I probably will have to.
Yeah. So like, I don't
I
know
was
if you guys
honestly,
remember,
like-
but I used to do like a lot of videos in my kitchen. Like that used to be kind of like my format.
I don't remember.
Like that was like one of those like really awkward stages where you don't know what you're doing. I remember I did like a couple of cooking segments, and it was like I knew things were going bad then. It's like I have no idea what works, what doesn't work, but like that's the cool thing. It's like inevitably you do find like what your style is, what works, what doesn't.
Totally.
But yeah, that was a little bit strange. Would you do any cooking segments, Luke, or would that be kind of like out of like? Can you cook?
I'm okay at cooking.
You're okay cooking?
Yeah, my kitchen.
What's the dynamic at home? Like, do you do the dishes? You do like the laundry?
You know what? We're pretty even. So we
Really?
are 50-50 in everything that we do, pretty much.
That's really cute. I love that.
Yeah, like I've always kind of wanted. I don't know. I just wanted a modern marriage. I didn't.
I mean, you
want...
said yeah, like you were kind of like a feminist. So yeah, like talk me through that.
Well,
like, what do you? How
I
do you
never.
guys like split
I never.
up
I never said I was.
You're not a feminist.
But I hung out
you
with
didn't.
them. I wouldn't.
You
call
hung
them.
out with them.
Yeah. But I do have an evolved view on male-female roles and marriage and all that. I think it's evolved.
I love that.
Sounds arrogant. I don't know. I just think that it's 2020, man. You know, society's different, and we should be able to just look at everything we need to do and go, hey, what do you like doing? You know, what are you good at? What am I good at? And let's sort this out, and not just assume that because things were done a certain way that it's going to happen that way. And I've always cooked for myself, and I got married. What was I, 27? So I spent quite a few years by myself. I did everything as you should. You know, laundry, cleaning. You know,
Right.
all that. Why would I get married and then just assume like, oh, well, now I get a slave to do it all for me? You know, it's like doesn't work.
I came from a chauvinistic type of family, not because like dad was like demanding, but it's just like that's what they grew up with, so that's what they were used to, right? And it's like so then like when you grow up like watching that, you're like, okay, well, I guess like that's the dynamic of like how families are supposed to be, and like it just becomes normal. But then like you see that other people like like you grow up, like, because we grew up in like a different generation, like there are like more women working, and it's kind of like, you know, but initially you're just like you're stuck in your ways, and you're like, no, this is the way it's supposed to be. So it like in some way I'm kind of like happy that I was in that relationship with that significantly older woman that kind of like took control of so many things, because it taught me like, okay, this is okay, this can be normal. So yeah, I think it's
cool.
it's refreshing to see, you know, like more balance, but like I still suck at dishes. I can't do dishes.
You know
I
what,
can't
man?
put shit away.
I'm horrible at laundry. Laundry is what I suck at, but I actually love grocery shopping. Like I do all of our grocery shopping. For me, it's just like
like actually going to the grocery store. Like I thought everybody just like does shit. Like what are those services? Like the cart shit.
I have like we do a lot more. We order from a couple places now, so I've got some like pre-made plant-based meals that are pretty sweet. So we've been ordering more of those.
Are you gonna be cool with this? Like I'm about to cook steak.
Yeah, no, I love meat too. But
it's like, I'm about to like you're like I like eating plant-based meals, and I'm like looking at steaks like, should I eat this one or this one? Like that's
hilarious. No, I'm completely fine with meat. I eat it all the time. But these meals are just so good, and we just order them.
I do have to say, like, okay, so you know, I don't know if anybody saw any of the posts, but like I like my wife bought baby chicks because like she wants to start like an egg business. I don't know, don't ask. And like I don't have enough time to explain it. It's a long story. Is that gonna become a thing? That's gonna become a thing, right? Like we're gonna keep saying like it's too long of a story. We just don't have time to talk about it. That's gonna become an inside joke.
Not true at all. Inside joke. Okay.
But yeah, like so my wife buys like these baby chicks, and now I can't eat chicken anymore, and it's super disappointing because I used to love chicken, but now that they're kind of like getting bigger, and I look at them and I'm like, dude, like I can't eat like one of your relatives. I feel terrible about it. So like I'm kind of like low-key going vegan.
Wow.
I don't know how to but it's like when you see these animals, like they don't act different than like other animals, like they act like dogs and cats and stuff. Like they have they have feelings. Like one of them got like a cat attacked one of the chickens, and it's like limping on a leg, and it's like, oh my god, we need to take it to the vet. And then like as I'm preparing a chicken breast, and I'm like, how awkward is that? It's like I'm trying to fix my chicken, but I had no problem eating one of its relatives. Like it's messed up. Yeah, so it's like it's kind of ruining meat for me a little bit.
Oh no,
you guys ever thought of that?
You know what? You won't like this. I actually worked in a chicken house way back in the day.
Oh my gosh, what was that like?
I was the designated mercy killer, basically.
No way. Okay, walk me through it. What do you do? Like, how does it like? I hope everybody's okay with that in the chat.
Are you making chicken, Jonathan?
I'm not. I'm not making chicken. I'm making steak.
I was gonna say it'd be pretty evil if you took those pictures of those chicks and you're cooking chicken.
He did. Yeah. Where's our? Was that? I guess I won't say anything.
No, say it. What were you gonna say?
No, were we having a surprise guest on the show, or was that a teaser that doesn't make?
It's a teaser for later. Yeah, we don't have one now. No, yeah, it's for later.
I'm not gonna do my chicken house story now. It's way too long.
Guys, well, I guess we are reaching for this one. If we are kicking off at 3:30 Eastern. We are in the final hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow,
we
that's
are
crazy.
in the final hour. So we will have to, maybe crack open that Zoom room at the end here. And
I think we should let John do his cooking segment. We'll save my chicken story for later.
It's gonna be a really disappointing cooking segment because I'm not gonna move around the camera a lot, so I'll kind of like walk you. I don't exactly know what the expectations are. Like maybe for breakfast I'll make it more comprehensive. Like I'm literally just gonna prepare whatever the fuck and eat it. On camera, I guess.
Well, if you want, then I can just tell my chicken story while you're cooking.
Yeah, please do so.
It's long.
No, but I'll move the camera so that at least you guys can see the cooking process, I suppose. But yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Go for it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're set up on stream as we're cooking with JP.
Oh wait, so
we'll make it an official segment in the future.
Yeah, you should. There was a ton of people, dude, that were asking, is Jonathan gonna cook during your 24 hours? I had so many people ask me that.
Did they really? Like people want to see me cook?
100%. Yeah, man. I don't know. I didn't ask them why because I never answered DMs, but a lot of people asked.
Yeah, I mean, like you guys can see the steam, right? Yeah, like we're cooking, we're doing our thing here.
I'm kind of mesmerized. I don't know if I can tell my story while you're doing this. This is interesting.
I'm not cooking chicken, so we're good. I mean, I could take you guys through my process of like how I prepare my food. So I
think you should.
How are the comments? Okay, fine. Like let's go to the comments. Like, what do people want to see?
Everyone's talking about food.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, do people want to know my cooking? Like, how I cook chicken, or how we kill them, or how Luke kills them? Where are we going with this, guys?
Honestly, the biggest chat dilemma was why you wouldn't close the damn fridge and left it open for so long, and everybody. It's like, John, I'm gonna need you to close the fridge or grab something, bud.
That's hilarious. How did they hear the beeping too?
JP is cooking up some muscle milk.
Some muscle milk. No. And do you guys like my setup? Like I took like I have like a lighting stand and I kind of like taped it to.
Dude, no, this is portable. I'm digging it.
You're setting the bar higher here, John. I honestly
know.
Sit on my butt the whole time.
What are you gonna do?
I discovered when we figured out this Zoom setup that I could use my phone to go like run around the house or walk around whatever for a second cam or like a dog cam.
Oh, really?
But seeing you walk around with the actual mic tripod is impressive.
And like my entire computer, like I have my entire computer here with like a lighting rig and everything. Yeah.
Wow. Wait, Travis, so you can move around, like, are you saying you have your Zoom open on your desktop and then you can also open it on your phone and walk around?
So yeah, I could set my Zoom to check in on the call that we have, and use it as a camera source. You can use it on like on the stream, because I have all these other secondary setups. Like
That's legit.
Interesting. So wait, question. So if I, on my phone, if I joined from my cell phone, would I be able to, would that be another feed, or is that just, again?
I mean, I would
Yeah.
probably mute the audio and stuff, but if you wanted to, for whatever reason, that would be useful. Yeah, you
Okay.
could connect it technically. This
All right,
was
guys,
kind of
live
an-
action. I'm cutting the fat off of the steak. Do you guys just cook? You just like cook this steak like how it is, or do you like you remove the fat? Like this stuff, like it's gross.
I remove the fat. It's gross.
Yeah, like it's like chewy and ew.
Yeah, I always.
What about you, Travis? Travis is like,
Yo, I keep the
Travis,
fat. Yeah,
I know you,
I-
Travis.
I cook it with the
Ah.
fat and then cut
no,
it after
I
the
thought
cooking.
you. Oh,
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
find it.
Interesting.
Can't
'Cause
find it.
The fat is the best flavor of any meat or steak. Like, you gotta let it at least cook and soak up some of the juices, and then cut it off after. That's my game plan.
So then I'm fucking it up, yeah. You know what, like, to kind of like go into like a little bit of a serious conversation for a second, like, I remember like a part of like that emo culture was being super skinny. So then I wonder if like the same thing happened to Travis. Like, I had an eating disorder. Like, now I have like the opposite. It's like body dysmorphia. I feel like I'm still small, but at the time, like, I remember like I was never bulimic, but I was like super skinny. It was like 140 pounds, 6'2", like just very skinny.
Wow.
And but it was a part of like that emo culture, because like it encouraged you to be super skinny, you know, like all those guys like skinny jeans, you need to kind of be like tiny, and like those like baby looking shirts, I still wear them, but they're
Right.
bigger now. But like, yeah, Travis, did you go through that stage too, where you had like a little borderline eating disorder?
No, so I had a weird contrast of, I grew up playing hockey like before I even knew like what life was. Like, my older brother played hockey, and I was at the rink at like age 2, 3, 4. So I started that, and that was my primary life, and just naturally kept me in shape, decent shape, throughout that. So I've always kind of had this contrast of like athleticism and like the world of arts. Like, often they're polar opposite type of characters, and I've always kind of felt stuck like right in the middle, in between of them. I wasn't as super macho bro-y as like the athletes, jocks, but I wasn't as like poetic and aesthetic about everything like artists and musicians. So I didn't really have anything specific to that. I just thought it was really cool, and it got a lot of attention on MySpace, and it was kind of more of a music branding, like artist alias thing to be able to do the hair flips and the
Right.
jet black t-shirts and everything.
So to
but no,
update
I'm
everybody
very
in the
grateful.
audience-
I've never had any food or mental health issues with anything like that. It's been easy sailing for me.
Good.
Oh, God.
Good. So I'm about to add the steak to the pan. If anybody wants to know, are we still maintaining 20-ish people? I'd be
Yes,
really
we
surprised.
are. I'm
gonna go silent.
and give them some love.
I'm gonna go silent for a minute, John. I'm just trying to organize another live host for a little bit.
All right, cool. Yeah, no, do your thing. I'll start my cooking segment right now. So, just added the steak. How do you guys in the audience like it? Like, I shoot for like medium well. I typically fail and end up cooking it well done. Like, how do you guys like it? What about you, Travis?
No, I'm a medium rare type of guy. Not too pink, not too done. Just
So
a little
Donald
something right
Trump.
in the middle.
I heard Donald Trump eats his steak well done with tons and tons of ketchup. Somebody needs to like do research and like figure out if that's true. Like, I don't know if that's just like haters saying that or if it's legit. But it's like,
Sounds
I
like
kind of
haters
like
to me.
I kind of like the flex, because it's just like it's like
It's
the
like,
thing is
fuck
that,
your
like, I
steak.
could totally right. I could totally see him doing it though. I could totally see him
steak.
doing it, like.
It's true.
And it's like isn't that one of the things that they say is like super insulting to some cultures? It's like the people that just like cook their like eating ketchup with steak is like super offensive, like in France or somewhere. And it's just like, it's just funny that the president of our country eats their steak like super, like why add ketchup? I'm even intrigued about that. It's like, if you cook the steak medium or medium well, like it has a ton of flavor, right? Like I feel like ketchup is something you do because it's like too dry.
Yeah.
But like you dried it out by cooking it well done. I don't know. Anybody in the comments, like, do you eat your steak well done? Because like that's a little bit weird.
I eat
your steak well done. No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Medium well. Medium well.
Well, there's a big difference between medium well and well done.
Yeah.
Like it for me, when like well done is just like you dried it out. Like it's what's left. Okay, fine. Why do you eat it well done? Do you eat like a really fatty cut that like still has flavor? Like you can't eat filet mignon well done.
I'm a creature of habit, so for some strange reason, I think my brother's still in the chat. Jesse, shout out if you're still in there. But for some reason, my mom used to burn the crap out of every burger and steak that we eat.
My mom too. It's so funny. Like,
Just,
is
I
there a
don't know
parallel
why.
between like religion and cooking your steak super well
there
done?
There must be. We need to ask the comments. But yeah, burnt to a crisp. Even at like we would go to McDonald's, the drive-thru, and she'd be like, "Can you cook the hamburgers extra well done? Like burn them." And she'd send it back.
Like, what does that even mean? Like, put it in the microwave a minute longer?
I guess, yeah.
Or would they actually come out crispier?
They would. Like she would send them back until they were crispy, and I don't
The
know,
burgers.
Yeah,
That's super interesting.
yeah.
I
So
wonder
for
if they
me,
could do that.
the first steak I had was awful because it was like burnt to a crisp, and I thought, oh, I hated steak for years because I just thought it was this like burnt meat. And then I had a normal steak that was medium. Like, oh, this isn't so bad. And then I kind of settled on medium well just because for so many years I just got used to eating meat like burnt to a crisp that it's almost like it's just ingrained in the way that I eat beef.
But like to your defense, to some degree, it's like crispy meat does have like barbecued food. Like
Yeah.
I love barbecued steak and stuff like that. Like when it's been like charred on a grill.
True.
But like you don't want it to be like tough to eat. There's like certain cuts of meat that it's like
Yeah,
they're just like, oh, like you're chewing and you're chewing and you're chewing. It's like, oh, like no,
that's true.
can't do it.
Especially steak, because the steak gets so chewy when you overcook it, right?
Right. So this is what we got so far. We got some steak right there. How does that look? It's pretty good, right?
Ooh.
It is
Looking
like
good there,
legit,
buddy.
Bro,
it's like legit
yeah.
3:00 in the
I
morning.
was
over here,
not
nobody's
ready for
sleeping.
this. I was I'm like super hungry right now. This is kind of
Oh, I wish I could.
Travis is gonna peace out.
we got a half an
We'll
hour, but I was not ready for
to your
this.
degree.
Wow, are we already down to a half an hour with you, Travis? This is wow.
I mean, to our defense, like we are charismatic people that spend a lot of time on camera. Me, not Luke, Travis to some degree. Not saying that I'm carrying the conversation, but you know.
You are, especially right now.
You know what? Like, and it's super interesting because, like, Luke, you've been on some of like the coaching sessions, like Shay's coaching sessions. What are your thoughts about those? I never got like your opinion.
Yeah,
Do you
it's
feel
true.
like it's a good format, or it's just like sometimes it's awkward because you're just
Yeah.
like you feel like you're just talking to yourself, and this can apply to any audience that's ever done like a webinar. You know, it's like it's a little bit
Yeah.
awkward.
I found it. I think it works. I mean, I've been in a few different kind of webinar style things. Like one of the other companies that I work with, they do a lot of webinars weekly, and theirs get up to like a couple hundred people sometimes. So I'm kind of used to the format. I think it works. I think that it's harder for you, I feel like, as the host in that situation. I feel like that would be a pretty tough thing to manage. But I think you do a pretty good job. Like I, for myself, didn't find it too insightful, but I don't think like it was only about an hour long, right? So I think it seemed like more of kind of a catch up and, you know, encouragement thing, and then just how's everybody doing, where's everyone at, and I think that is valuable, especially for people that are a part of a a program, I could see how that would help you feel like a part of things, and that, oh yeah, there are the people taking this and we're in the same boat, and kind of encouraging each other with ideas and content. And I thought it was cool.
The challenge with the webinar is like everybody's like on a different, like everybody's in a different place. And this kind of like, I guess it applies to like even people here. So next thing we got, you need to have rice with it, right? So I go with jasmine rice. Like, are you guys picky on rice, or like sushi rice is my favorite? Like, there's nothing as good as sushi rice, but like also with like rice, like I think it's super gross when people like put too much water and it gets like mushy. I think that's disgusting. But like,
yeah, I agree.
What are you guys' opinions on rice? Do you guys eat a lot of rice or no?
I personally, sorry, I'm multitasking here, trying to set up some streams later, but I personally just buy whatever's on sale. it all works for me. I do like black rice though. That's probably my favorite.
Black rice? What does that taste like?
Yeah, what the hell? The hell is black rice?
Here, I'll find it and I'll drop it in there. Actually, can you even share pictures in the comments in the live stream?
No, I was trying to get in on some GIF action and I couldn't figure it out, dude. I would be lighting this
so
place
disappointing.
up with GIFs, but it'd probably overload with, I mean, a gazillion comments and a 4-hour stream. Like,
true.
Yeah.
Do we have Ravi after this?
We do.
Yeah, you guys
yes.
have Ravi, right after.
So
in
here,
30 minutes.
So we've got Ravi for a half an hour, and then we hop on with Nick Rayburn for an hour after that.
Cool.
And then, yeah, I won't say them all, but that's the next little bit. And I'm just going to try and set that up so we don't screw up here.
Okay, cool. Maybe you can like walk the audience through it. I'm going to take like my 2-minute break to set everything back up in the office, and I'll be right with you guys.
Nice.
Sure.
Cooking with JP will return. Welcome to the solo show about nothing with Luke and Travis for 2 minutes.
Can we carry it? All right, so who thinks I have something in my hat? Do you think I actually put something in there, or did I, just put it on? It would be kind of cool if I had a rabbit in there. That would be impressive. But no, just so you guys, if you want to follow our live stream hopping, it will get a bit confusing, but I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll keep sharing the event home here in the chat. So if you go follow that page, I'm going to be sharing the current stream that we're on, always in that stream, and I'll try to throw up a couple posts as well so that you can follow along. So we're hopping on with Ravi, which I'm going to find his profile next for only about a half an hour, and then we'll be jumping on with Nick Rayburn for an hour. So I will share both of their profiles here in the chat as well. And I think how it works, correct me if I'm wrong, Travis, if you just go to their page and then you look at activity, when they start the live stream, you should be able to see it in activity, right?
Correct. Usually I just look at their posts, their most recent posts or activity.
Okay.
Yeah. Either one.
One or the other.
But as of right now, no, that's one of the negative sides of LinkedIn versus some of the other streaming platforms right now, is the pre-promotion is very difficult. So
right.
We'll switch over there in 30 minutes over to Ravi's stream, and we'll set you guys up. But that'll be nice little switch over. I think there's an event as well that we can drop some updates in throughout the adventure.
Yeah, that's right. So I just shared Ravi's page in the comments here, guys. If you do want to follow along, you can maybe open that in another tab, and then we'll be live, I guess, with him in a half an hour now. I better send him a message here and make sure that
it looks like they're good to go. There was people in the chat saying he's getting set up or something.
Oh, he is. Oh, perfect. I'm just gonna send him a quick message here. So bear with us. This is gonna kind of like we've done this all on the fly, so we are figuring it out, and I'm messaging people live while we're talking and hanging out to set up some of the missing segments, because we have, I think it's about 6 hours that we still need to fill. So if you know someone that has live or they want to host us, please share I'll share the event page, get them to go there and leave a comment in the most recent post would be the easiest for me. So I just shared that as well. If you would like to go to the event page, check it out.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for joining the adventures, guys. Looks like we still got a pretty solid crew rolling in here.
Yeah.
Damn, this has been awesome. Jacob, Kelsey, I see you rocking and rolling in here still. Dean looks like a new face in the mix here. Daniel's been commenting all night. Rhea was very concerned about John's knife presence earlier.
Really?
Waving it around like a wand, she said in the comments, was beautiful. And then Mahida was very concerned with John disinfecting his mic. Because he was grabbing the meat and then grabbing the mic, and they were like freaking out in the chat, like, oh god, oh god.
That's hilarious.
Oh, so thank you guys so much. We are still rocking and rolling. We'll have another 30 minutes here with these guys, transition them over to Robbie's room, and then I'm gonna try and test out the 4-hour max and see if that's a thing and what happens when you hit the 4-hour max on LinkedIn.
How about Travis hosting everyone? This room is dope. Thanks for hosting and kicking us off, Travis. This has been sweet.
My pleasure. I'm good at pretending I know what I'm doing. But I gotta admit, I'm clicking buttons, switching scenes over here, just flying. And it apparently is working. But I've just been loving all this live stream stuff, the tech stuff. And it's just been, I don't know, LinkedIn community, just honestly changed my life this year, so I appreciate it.
How are we doing, guys?
We're doing good, John.
All good.
We're just trying to set everyone up so they follow us when we jump over to Ravi's
Oh,
page.
sweet.
So I'm gonna share that again in case anyone missed that. There we go. All right, share that again.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting day, y'all. LinkedIn history. Thank you guys for being a part of it. It's been super awesome so far, and we still haven't even got started. These guys got so much left on their plate still. I do hope I'll be hopping in and out of as many streams as possible. Maybe do some restreaming. But my mom tomorrow wants to use my stream setup here to go to a virtual baby shower. So, and she wants to be like flexing. She was like, I don't want to do it on my phone. Can I come use your setup? I was like, sure,
That's
Mom.
hilarious.
So, but besides that, I'll be able to rock and roll with you guys as much as possible throughout the day tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, we hopefully that baby shower doesn't fall in line when we run out of streams, man. I'm sure we'll find. I've had a bunch of people message me, so I'm just trying to coordinate that here.
Do we have at least everything covered just in case, or we do still have a couple of gaps that maybe I need to reach out to some folks?
Okay, so right now we need to be concerned with 11:30 a.m. Eastern. We don't have anybody for that. From then till 2:30 is open, so that needs to be filled. So
that's a pretty significant gap, yeah.
I have a couple people here on the event page that said they would, so I'm just messaging them to see, but maybe we should throw up a story as well.
Right.
If someone can post that.
So if anybody in the audience that's listening right now that would like to volunteer, they could also maybe.
Yeah, it's true. I'll share the event page because Because what you can also do, I know it's a bit of effort, probably won't do it, but you can invite connections to the event. You can't tag anyone in the event, unfortunately. So if you know someone that has live, you would have to just invite them to the event page, or either send them a message to let them know. And I just shared the event page here in the chat.
So what do we got? We got any questions from the audience?
Yeah, maybe we should do that. Do a question for John while I answer a couple of these DMs.
There was a good would you rather earlier for you, John. Would you rather give up LinkedIn forever or
Yes.
shave your eyebrows? Oh, yes.
Yes to both.
Yes to
Yes,
both.
I would give up LinkedIn, and yes, I'd shave off my eyebrows. These eyebrows are a pain in the ass to keep up with, guys. See dudes with like big eyebrows, it's like that means they got extra to get rid of. So yeah, I'd get rid of the eyebrows. I'd probably get rid of LinkedIn while we're at it. It's like working out. It's like one of those things where it's like if you haven't done it yet, don't start. Because like once, like if somebody would have told me it would take this much effort and energy to be successful at it, I'd tell them go find something easier, before you get too deep. So I don't want to be negative because I'm so grateful for everything, but it's like just know what you're getting yourself into before you start. One of those things.
That seems wise to me. I would shave my eyebrows as well. Doesn't bother me. Quit LinkedIn? Yeah, I could quit it. I don't have much analysis to offer on that.
Easy breezy.
Do we have any questions? More questions. What else we got?
There was some inquiry. Let's see, gaming. None of us are really gamers. Thomas asked, what games do you stream? We don't stream games yet. Keyword there. I've been trying to get that going.
Though.
I promise.
Can we do Among Us?
I know. I promise you, it's gonna work if we can get the setup going. But we will be playing hopefully some more community based games. So if you guys in the chat have a suggestion for community games that are easy, similar to Among Us, that you can jump in and like multiple people from the chat can jump in, or like 4 or 5, maybe 8, 10 people. Would kind of be what we're trying to shoot for. So if you guys have any
serious
ideas,
question.
please
I have to know
let
about
us know.
the guys in this room, but also for the comment section. Most difficult challenge of your childhood. You know where I'm going with this. Charmander, Bulbasaur, or Squirtle. And I'm going to judge you based off of who you pick. So, who was it?
Bitch, you know it's Charmander. Bitch, you know it's Charmander. I ain't even considering. How are you even allowed to consider one of the others? They should have just made the game you have to start with Charmander. I gotta see what bitch-ass Luke's got to say.
You're not gonna like what I have to say.
I had a feeling
He's
this
a
was
Bulbasaur
coming.
guy.
I had
He's
this
a Bulbasaur
coming.
guy.
Oh no.
Worse than any of it. I don't even know what these are.
What?
Kill, please tell me you're trolling. Please tell me your trolling has reversed.
No. It sounds, here's my guess.
You guys, we need to kick Luke out of this show right now.
I mean, I hate to have a theme, but it goes back to religion again. I didn't watch TV. We weren't allowed to watch most things. So like,
I can relate. Did you see VeggieTales then?
Yeah,
I had some VeggieTales.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Many VeggieTales. I love the French peas.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is probably Pokemon, right? That's what it sounds
Yeah.
like.
Leah just jumped in with some gold commentary again. I nicknamed one of my exes Squirtle.
Oh. Oh no.
Still better than.
I wonder if he's listening.
Oh, man.
Poor guy.
He's listening.
But listen, Leah's ex-boyfriend, you evolve into Blastoise. So I'm sure there was hope as you got a little bit older, buddy. You turned into Blastoise. You had those cannons.
So you're gonna have to break down this for me. What do these individuals have as far as their?
Listen, it's blasphemous. It involves evolution. You know how we feel
Perfect.
about that. So it involves animal cruelty. It's not a good thing. So you know, it keeps your mind off of what matters in life. I remember wasting far too many hours playing those blasphemous evolution games. Actually, no shit. Like, my parents didn't let me watch Harry Potter because of like witchcraft.
Yeah, same
Witchcraft.
thing. But Lord of the Rings was okay for some reason.
Yeah, and Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like, dude, Jedis are totally like witchcraft, wizard.
Oh, I
shit.
know. Oh, Jedi.
It's so funny because you became a wizard.
I know, isn't that funny?
You are Harry Potter.
Maybe that's my inner rebel coming out. I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, like see, like these are so important. These 24-hour live streams. We should do them every week.
Just
Yeah.
realizing I need more healing, right?
Yeah, go talk to Shay. She has a great program about it. That's from what I hear.
Perfect plug opportunity. Eh?
I really hope she hasn't been watching any of this.
I doubt it.
I doubt it too. Maybe one of her VAs is watching it right now. I'll get her a report
No,
later.
yeah, keeping tabs on you, right?
Did he just say something? Yeah.
Oh
I'm sure.
no.
I'll hear about it on Monday. Didn't she post in your post or something? Like she got
did,
like,
yeah. Yeah, she commented, oh great, now he's gonna be tired on Monday.
and that was like her being serious. Like she was being serious.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably was. I thought she was joking, but oh yeah, she's probably serious.
It's like low key serious. Yeah. It's like
I just found
Yeah,
us
I know
another
what you're
host.
really who?
Her name is Courtney LeBlanc. She's hosting us for half an hour.
I know Courtney LeBlanc.
She was just in here earlier supporting, saying that. So yeah, you guys do have a few options on the table. I don't know where
Good.
Chris Thomas went. He was in the chat earlier, but he also volunteered for if you had open
cool.
spots tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm trying to DM people with the open slots while we're talking. So if I'm silent and I'm looking at the screen, everybody, it's not because I'm shy, it's because I'm multitasking.
Yeah, where'd our cooking all-star go? Freaking Fabio Emerald over there. He just
Dude, I loved Food Network. Like, I don't know, like I said it in one of the podcasts, but when I was like in high school, I took a bunch of cooking classes. Like I wanted to do that.
I think you did say that. I remember.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my god, like that, like it seems like so much fun to me because like I would watch like Rachel Ray and like Food Network, Guy Fieri, like all those bosses, like cooking and stuff like that, making it look cool. And I was like, man, like I'd love to do something like that. Plus, it's kind of like romantic, you know, like cooking and you know, do your own
Yeah,
thing,
for sure, man.
like spices and stuff. Yeah, it didn't work out, but I got bullied for it. It was like, yeah, because like,
Did
you get
you?
bullied for being, yeah, like dude, there was a time in I was cooking. I was taking gymnastics and tumbling, like because I wanted to be a wrestler,
Yeah.
and I was doing drama. So it's like, yeah, you can only imagine
Wow.
like skinny jeans, you know,
Yeah.
like skinny kid that did drama, cooking, and gymnastics. It was like, yeah, like bully fuel, and it was it's not a good look. But nobody understood the wrestling thing, or like they didn't make the connection. So yeah, it was a little
That's
rough.
interesting. Because I feel like if people stumble upon your LinkedIn now, like your videos, you're super charismatic, you're jacked, you're a pretty cool dude. I
Dude,
think-
no, complete loser. Yeah,
no, seriously though. But I think it's cool to have that like backstory. I bet that really resonates with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So
All
what
right.
was your guys' thoughts? We are at the 15-minute countdown. Do you guys want to crack
Ooh.
open the Zoom room and let people in?
Crack it open, let them in. It's perfect. It's a meeting anyway, so bring them in.
And we've got 15 minutes till we jump on with Ravi, right? And we were gonna have one of us jump first, right? And then one of us stay with
Right.
Ravi. So who do you want to jump first, Ravi? And I'll linger.
Oh.
All right, let's do that.
Let me find.
Is Ravi already awake? He's already around?
I am just gonna message him. Hope so.
Yo, Nick, I see you hopping in here, man. Good to see you. The boys will be, they're getting revved up. They're already ready to go into Ravi's stream. Glad to see you hopping in here, man. I'm going to be hopping in your stream as well. Dean, Kelsey, thank you so much for staying with us this whole time. Jeff, you've been here throughout.
Stay the whole time?
Thomas, there's a few people that have been here the whole time for sure.
No way. Thank you.
Wow.
No,
That's
there's a
so
few
amazing.
cranking. We haven't,
Please
we've been
join us with
neglecting the
Ravi.
chat a little bit, but we love y'all. This has been like super awesome.
Are we going to hit 2,000 comments or we're not going to get there?
I have no idea.
We're at, believe it or not, we're at 1,500 comments. That's hilarious. This has actually gone by pretty fast.
It has. I'm super
Okay.
impressed.
All right. How's your food there, John?
Delicious. It's really good. I'm sorry, guys. Like, you're going to eat too, right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see
Yeah, I guess I better.
I have to now.
I hadn't thought through this part of it, honestly, Jonathan. I just focused on Don kinging it up and getting some attention, and now I have to think about what I'm actually going to talk about or do.
Is okay. Where is Robbie? God damn it!
So I messaged him in our host chat. So hopefully he gets back to us here because we got 12 minutes.
Okay, Sultan is entering the room.
Let's do it.
You guys ready? Let me see where to admit.
Hey.
I swear I just saw him coming in the room.
So John, the link to the Ravi stream is in our 24-hour live
Oh, I
stream.
thought I saw it.
I don't know if you have that chat open, but
I'm gonna look at it right now, and I also have Robbie's number, so if he doesn't answer in the next 5 minutes, I'm calling him on the live.
Please do. I'm gonna reshare it at the top of that.
Okay, sweet. Let's see.
There we go. It's at the top.
Now it looks like Courtney's around. So is Courtney an option if Robbie's delayed?
Courtney LeBlanc, you mean?
Yeah.
No, she's about to head to bed. So she's
Okay.
Um,
You got it.
and get
Okay, I see Robbie's. I'm gonna jump on it on my phone. Maybe it'll like send him a notification too. Let's see.
Oh, Judith
can't.
is hopping in. I believe we have Judith in the mix. Oh. We do. Judith is officially in the mix. Let me switch this back to speaker view.
We got Robbie. All right.
You
We
are
got
Robbie's
currently
there?
muted.
Okay, good.
Robbie's there. Yeah.
Hey, Judith.
Hello, Judith. We see you, but you're gonna need to turn on your mic and cam if you do want to hop in. But you are in the room, it looks like.
Ravi's stream is in our 24-hour live.
There's Judith. Oh,
Judith,
look
it's
at
so nice to
this.
finally see you. Forget the guys. I feel like I met Judith first. Is that correct, or am I off there?
We go way back, John.
It's so good to finally see you. Oh my god. I've seen her YouTube videos. You guys need to go check them out. She's very talented.
Option if Robbie's delayed. Courtney LeBlanc.
We get in a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit of feedback. Oh, do you still have the stream on right now, Judith?
You got it. And get
Do you want headphones or something?
okay, I see Robbie's.
Nice. Yeah, that might help. No, thank you guys for so much. This has been... I don't know why it's not letting you join, Thomas.
Yeah, can we get? We're gonna get multiple people in here.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Ooh.
That'd be cool. But I'm
Bear with us, guys.
kind of biased. I'd kind of prefer just Judith join us. But yeah, the more the merrier, I suppose. Get more people in
Yeah,
here.
no worries. The
Judith,
link-
like, but I'm not too worried because Judith, we have a call coming up, right? You booked a call with us, like with the shade thing, right? I think I saw your name.
How can I turn off my my glue and just go to Travis?
What are you trying to turn off?
And multitasking is hard.
Absolutely. Do you remember when we first met, John?
Yes, it was. I think it was like I'll never forget it, Judith. Like it was like my videos had too many jump cuts, like they were like super distracting, and I never forgot it. I was like, okay, I need to slow my ass down, and it resonated, it stuck with me, and since then, like I tried to slow him down a little bit. Was that the first introduction?
Just a sec. Travis is leaving me technically. What do you want me to do?
Cool.
I think we just heard that the stream was playing earlier, and we were just getting a quick feedback loop. It sounds like we're all good, and it looks like
Yeah, we're
Jesse
good.
Matthews has joined the party as well.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
Ivan is in the room. We don't see your camera, brother, but we do see your digital presence here.
Yeah, no worries. Judith, like, I'm not too worried because.
Awesome. So we do have a Zoom link here in the chat for anybody that wants to kind of join the party here for the last
Please do.
7 minutes.
10 minutes, 7 minutes, and then we'll be heading over to Ravi's. We are almost to
Ravi finally
2K
respond?
comments, so drop a few comments or questions. And Jesse, since we got you in the room, feel free to unmute and hop in here, brother. Would love to hear from you, man.
Hi.
Doing?
Oh, and we got Ivan as well. We got some adventures. Thank you guys all so much for hopping in here.
I'm very proud of
look
you. How to work the camera.
Well done,
I don't
guys.
tell me about it.
Look at this.
Yeah,
So
we got
Jesse,
a few more hopping in.
are my stories real or am I a complete fraud?
No, it's
Chance to
been
ruin
it's been very accurate. I had to hop off to teach some of my kids. That's part of my background. For those of you who are seeing it, I teach
so
kids
cute.
online.
I love that.
It's one of my side jobs. But when I have been here and not teaching kids, I have heard the stories and they are all correct. I've actually learned a few new things though. We have to talk.
Oh no! We have to talk. We have to talk.
You didn't know I was agnostic now?
No, that was clear. It's all good. Actually, some of the Africa stories, but probably because I pieced out of that whole element of our life story before the rest of you did. So. No,
You sure did.
it's been very.
So I know, like Judith's my best friend, but all these other folks, are we all connected?
Hey, we've got
I
Kelly
think
in
so.
here.
Yeah.
You're all
Like
connected,
connected on LinkedIn. Like everybody
Yes.
knows me. Like because I always think this is like all of Luke's fans. Like just Luke's fans. Like Judith's my fan. I'm her fan. But then everybody else, it's like this is Luke's crowd.
Yeah, you're all right as well.
Ivan, thank you so much for hopping in here, man.
They're going to be Team John by the end of this 24 hours.
I don't think so.
So
I
looks
hope
like
you guys
we
get
got
this late.
Kelsey and Anna Maria coming in.
Yeah,
hot.
talk
Thank
to
you,
us.
guys.
Talk to us.
Hi, Jonathan. I never see you. I'm
You
always
see?
talking to Luke.
You see?
Yes, I see you now.
Wait till you see my content. If you
no,
you
I
like true.
see your
true.
content, homie.
okay.
I just mean we never actually talked. Like,
Right.
you know, no, I've talked to Travis quite a bit, and Luke, we've met a few times.
I love the handcuffs. What's that all about?
Oh, this is. I'm going to be doing an event soon. I do the whole
What kind of
virtual
event?
thing. So,
What kind of
I
event?
do, I do art events, but there's a Halloween party next weekend, so I'm just got my background rocking for that. So yeah.
I love it.
It's great to see everybody and get on this for a second. When does Ravi start? Oh, he's
In 4 minutes.
I love him.
4 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna jump on Judith.
Do
We're
it.
gonna talk soon because I'm gonna see you on the event that we're doing together. So I'll see Judith soon. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for all the support and being a part of this. And I hope you join us over there with Ravi and Travis. You're the man. We're gonna reach out to you again because we'll be doing this again. I mean, I have to, but I'll be taking off, Luke. So if I get lost on the way over there, I'll come find you.
Sounds good, man.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
Safe travels.
Take care. See you later.
I'm always.
Anna Maria.
I have my 5-year-old pestering me because I'm cooking breakfast now. I'm making eggs. And by the way, I have my hair up, but Jonathan is not here to listen. And I'm cutting on a chalkboard.
So he got a lot of hate for the way he was cooking. Yeah, that's funny.
And
boy.
he was cutting the steak like this, literally. I was like looking at that thumb, and I'm like, I still want to see that thumb.
What a caveman, hey?
He likes to live dangerously, obviously.
He looks the
It's
part.
true. It's true. He's a dangerous lad.
Yeah.
So what have you guys thought of the live stream so far? Has it been okay?
No, it's been awesome. You know, it's great to see everyone.
Absolutely. Really
And
fun.
I can hear from you.
Hey, Thomas.
Carry on.
Thomas is Ruben.
Look. How y'all doing?
We're doing something.
Oh, I love Sculpting. What's up? Yeah.
And Travis, don't shut the stream down until we confirm Ravi's up, because I don't see him up yet. So if you don't mind.
Is anyone going to be shaving their beards off, keeping a mustache like Travis for Movember?
Oh, interesting. I mean, maybe that's something I can do later in the day. We'll see.
No, I was saying you got to go the opposite. All beard, no mustache. Amish style.
Ah, kind of like Amish almost.
Yeah, Amish style, totally. Look,
Never
there's your brother, Luke.
That's my brother.
Never
Hi,
trust a
Jackie.
guy with.
Hi, Kelsey.
I've talked
He's
to you a
the better
couple
look-
times, but not much. It's great to actually see you.
Finally, in the flesh. Yeah, I just finished teaching in between seeing some of this. This is all awesome. I haven't really met many of these people, but I see them all commenting, including you. So it's cool.
Yeah, I'm all over the place.
Never trust a
I
guy
see.
with more hair on his face than his head.
That's probably good advice.
Wait, Thomas, don't you fall into that category?
Yes, I do.
He knows
I
what
do,
he's
I
talking
do.
about.
Just setting up the next stream.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, isn't Ravi on? Oh man, I love that guy. I've talked to him a few times, and he's just such a great character. I'm excited for Luke and Ravi to get all up on that.
Oh, interesting. Here's a
Oh,
get this, Travis. So here's our current dilemma. I am trying to join the next StreamYard link, and I actually can't join it without exiting out of this stream. But I need them to go live first then, right? So I just have to tell them to go live.
Yeah, in order to stay on. It says he's live.
Boom.
Did.
Nice. Nice. Well, much love from the UK. Much love.
I'm already there. It's open.
It's open?
Peace.
All right. I'm going to head over there.
Guys.
Much love,
All right,
everyone.
hey,
Much love. Much love.
Hey Travis,
Bye.
we gotta hang
Bye-bye.
out, and we gotta hang out. Something.
Yes.
You can use my virtual office. We'll hang out in my office. All right, I'm gonna jump on this.
Later.
I'm gonna peace out, guys. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, it is. A year now. Wow. Yeah, I haven't really been on LinkedIn as much. My platform of choice has been elsewhere due to my history with some of the other ones, but he has talked a lot about LinkedIn and figured, hey, why not? Something different. So yeah, that's cool. And you did a fantastic job.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you, and sorry to everybody in the chat. I had no idea what I was on mute during that, so I probably looked like a psychopath. Good Lord. But everybody is over in Ravi's stream right now. That's where we're hopping over to, and would love to, have you in the mix over there. And yeah, thank you so much, Jesse. Appreciate you guys' support. But all we've got going now is pretty much a 24-hour stream. I'm going to be trying to follow those guys as much as possible. But for me, I'm just going to max out the rest of this stream with a little bit of music. And this goes till 4 hours. So I'm just going to keep this open and keep dropping Ravi's link until you guys just head over there. Thank you so much for hanging out, supporting this stream. It's been a super fun adventure, and yeah, we'll see you guys throughout there. Please start heading over to Ravi's show, and you should be able to catch those guys. Let me grab their link. For you guys. So this will be over. This is where the party's at. Ravi Rajani. Thank you guys again so much for this. I had no idea. Here it is. I am gonna drop this in the chat. Cool. Well, thank you guys to the people hanging out here. I'm just gonna go ahead and crank this music a little bit. Grab a drink and max out this stream. Apparently, I'm very curious to see what happens at 4 hours. It supposedly is the max time for a LinkedIn stream. So we'll see what happens at 4 hours here in 10 minutes. But the real party is over at Ravi Rajani's page. Please go to join them.
It's lost because it is so
Thank you guys so much. I still see a few of y'all hanging out here. Don't really have an official game plan other than getting your ass over to Ravi's page for the rest of this stream. I am going to test this to see the max stream limit. I think is 4 hours. So that's the only reason I'm keeping this up, to kind of transition. But the real party is over with those guys.
Not giving up, trying to mend a broken heart. It's time to let each other go. Now we know. One day, baby, we'll be okay, carrying the love we lost to life. Someday we will find our own way, cover up the heartache deep inside. One day, baby, we'll be okay, carrying the love we lost to life. Someday we will find our own way, cover up the heartache deep inside. Sharpen knives, make cleaner cuts, We have learned not to give up. We lost our way too long ago. Now we know. One day, baby, we'll be okay, carrying the love we lost tonight. Someday we will find our own way, cover up the heartache deep inside. One day, baby, we'll be okay, carrying the love we lost tonight. Someday we will find our own way, cover up the heartache deep inside.
Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight. The virtual hangout. Appreciate you so much. Get on over to Ravi Rajani's profile. That's where the party's at. I'm just letting this baby run till 4 hours and max out.
One day, baby, we'll be okay, carrying the love we lost tonight. Someday we will find our own way, cover up the heartache deep inside.
Just seeing this, we have shut down this stream. We are bringing the after party over to Ravi Rajani's. Please go check out his page. That's where the party's at. Until shutdown. going on here, please go join the party over at Ravi Rajani's page. It looks like we are about to shut down and hit the 4-hour max. That is last call, ladies and gentlemen. We have hit the 4-hour max. Thank you so much. Wasn't sure we'd be able to do that, but we did it. Please enjoy the rest of this marathon and follow these guys wherever the hell else they're going. There's plenty of other co-hosts that are going to be joining throughout this adventure. So glad you were able to be a part of the marathon. And it apparently looks like we have broken above the 4-hour max, which is very interesting. Oh, no, we haven't. Just kidding.
It's pretty cool that he's jumped in and supported me, but he's way better on Facebook. Like, he's built a really good community, and then his posts get really good traction the way that he communicates. But he's very intelligent, like way more intelligent than I am, and his style of communicating doesn't work with, to me, at least. He hasn't translated it yet to the LinkedIn audience, because everyone wants the quick kind of silly clickbait or funny stuff or content, or and so I think that's why I would, is he's better on Facebook, so I would just go watch him on Facebook and I wouldn't look at his stuff yet on LinkedIn, but I think he'll figure it out.
See, Luke, I love what you just said here, and before we address that, let's hit up the comments for a bit. So we've got Kelsey saying, "You are my inspiration." I think she's probably talking about Luke just there as he's speaking. Jay Savannah is awesome. Block them all indeed, says HRH the Sultan.
Wait, why does Kelsey say, "Sorry, John, love my boys"? What did you say before that?
I don't know.
What did you say?
I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Oh, she said, what did she say? I'm scrolling up. You know who I love, by the way? Saro T. He is the funniest.
Oh, he's
dude.
hilarious.
He said, "Luke, are you going to wizarding school and the hat is choosing you for Gryffindor?" Every time I post a post, right, about boot camp or speaking with confidence, Saro always messages me. He's like, "But what would you do for somebody who is so confident, just like me, and has no confidence with allowing anybody? How can you improve somebody that's so great?" I'm like, "I can't, bro. Like,
That's the end of the line.
Julius Example says, "By the way, how do we go live on LinkedIn? Have no idea." JP, hit him with the truth.
Live, just kidding.
What did you ask? I was like focusing on my like, comment, kill, whatever
still live
thing.
on other platforms.
Julius Example says,